Okie dokie, okie dokie. We should see the viewers moving in now. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, 10 people on here. 18 people on here. 26 people on here. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Keep on tapping screen. Tap it, tap it, tap it, tap it, tap it. Share it. Thank you so much for the gifts. We're loving and living. Thank you so much for 47 people on here. Thank you. What's my problem with IDF? That it's a terrorist organization. Hello. Guest requests are on. If you disagree with me on Israel, if you disagree with me, guest request. Oh, hello. What a good person to join. Hey, TikTok's gonna kick you if you if you don't turn off and on your camera, because it lags out.
I'm driving right now, so I can't turn it on.
Damn. Okay. Well, we'll last for the 2 seconds. It will. You said, what's your problem with the IDF? Why do you have like the Israel flag in your
Wait,
thing?
hold
Do
up.
you support Israel?
Yeah, I actually used to live there. Um, Wait, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I can't have you on if you're driving. They'll also kick me. Um, Yep, that's true. I did get my wisdom teeth removed. Anyway, keep on sending likes, everyone. Thank you so much. Send a guest request if you disagree with me, please. Please. Otherwise, no, LMO, I can't debate you if you are driving. Ruth, are you pro-Palestinian? No, my face is already messed up, homies, because of surgery. Thank you so much. I'm feeling good. No, we'll get up. We'll get up in viewership. Y'all don't call people when you drive. So TikTok is not allowed to have people that are driving. Thank you so much. Keep on sending likes, everyone. Thank you so much for everyone sending likes. We haven't quite got back our viewership, but that's fine. Yeah, why is she typing? These are the questions. Thank you so much for the people sharing. That's awesome. Okay. Thanks so much for sending like, sharing, slaying. I'm occupying the live. I'm so sorry. Yeah, Israelis are good at that. Thank you so much, Ruth. It means a lot. Thank you so much for the gifts that boosted the most. Holy cow, that is insane. Thank you so much for the gifts. Um, Not going to change the topic because I want people to talk about this issue. This is the issue I care about. Look, if I wanted just viewership, I'd be talking about abortion or feminism, shit I've done for 2 years. Slagus, thank you. Israelis are good for that. You condescending know it all. Well, I'm condescending to genocidal maniacs. Here we love. Let's see. God, no, I don't think Vivek is the best candidate. What are you talking about? Hello, you need to turn on and off your camera if you
Okay,
disagree. Just for
I
TikTok.
I disagree.
It's gonna kick you if you don't turn on and off your camera. That's not me, that's TikTok.
Okay, I did. Can you hear me?
Okay, great. No, it still hasn't. Let's see. I'll invite you and let's see if it's not. Oh my gosh, just as That's insane. How are you doing it that much? Just
How about now?
thank you so much. No, but still loading. Well, let's see if we can have a discussion. What did you send a guest request to disagree on?
Yeah, I disagreed with you because the US is an ally of Israel, obviously. So are you saying it should reject Israel as an ally?
Generally, yeah, we don't want to be seen to be allies with. Oh, there we are. See what happens. But generally, yes. Hello, same thing's gonna happen to you. You need to turn on the camera and then turn it off, or else it's gonna lag out. Hello? People are not this smart. Hello, can you hear me? Are you also driving? It's unfortunate. Y'all, very simple rules, everyone.
Simple rules that people don't like following.
Nope, can you? Oh, there we go. Oh my
How
gosh,
you
that's
doing,
crazy.
man?
You can turn off your camera if you like, but you can keep it on if you want. Just saying. Would you
Just,
send a guest request to disagree on?
I'm gonna respectfully disagree with you, my man.
Why?
All right. Right now, everything that the majority of the American public is seeing is the aftermath of a very heinous attack. An attack that essentially caused Israel to go from defensive to offensive. All right.
Hilarious.
That's I mean, you could say it's hilarious, but Israel is a retaliation. They're defensive. They're not offensive. Look at the history.
I know the
Most of the
history.
time, Israel is not Israel's not perfect. I'm not saying Israel's perfect, but 99 times out
You
of
don't gain
100.
territory in a defensive war.
Well, what territory have they gained? What territory have they gained that they haven't given back? Israel gained Sinai Peninsula. They gave it back so they can have peace with Egypt,
The
right?
Golan Heights Area C in the West Bank, all of the pre 1967 border expansion, so that includes parts of the Gaza Strip that were previously part of Palestine, parts of the West Bank that were taken. The Golan Heights were taken and never given back. They tried to take parts of southern Lebanon, right, but they got kicked out. So, yeah, of course Israel's taken their stuff illegal. What are you talking about?
Actually, Israel took the Golan Heights in a war, and they actually went past the Golan Heights. The
A
only reason they
defensive
haven't
war.
returned the Golan, hold on, who started the war? The Arab nations.
No,
The
you
Arab
said that
nations
they
started the
didn't
war.
gain territory or they gave all their territory back. That's not true.
I didn't say they gave all their territory back. I said they gained territory and they gave it back for peace. But the
Well,
Golan
you asked
Heights,
me
the only
what
reason that
territory.
wasn't
You asked me
given back.
what territory they had taken
Hold
and
on,
not given back.
I know
The
and
Golden
you
Heights.
answered, you answered, and now I'm telling you. The reason that Israel hasn't given the Golan Heights back is because if they give it back, it's a tactical disadvantage and they will be shot at consistently.
Yeah, but that's true of like most territories. That doesn't justify. If we took parts of Mexico, it'd be a tactical advantage in war against them. If we took, you know,
The
territory
Golan
from
Heights,
Canada, it would
the
be a
reason the
tactical
Golan
advantage.
Heights is a
It being
tactical advantage is
helpful for a
because of
country to take
location.
territory doesn't justify them taking territory.
Okay, countries take territories all the time, though. This happens.
And
This is not
illegally, and we
something
condemn them, and that is
in
illegal
war.
under international code that they've drawn. Taking territory in law, in war, is always inadmissible in like international courts.
Okay,
So Israel's
that's
violating
cool.
international law, and I would prefer to send my
And
money to people that follow international law and whose whole
so you would
foundation
prefer
and
to
whose
send your
whole
money to
government is
who?
not based on them violating international
So
law.
who would you rather send your money to?
I mean, preferably the American people that are starving.
Okay, so how does aid work when you give aid to other countries?
I mean, it depends contextually.
Foreign aid, how does it work?
Which
You
type of foreign aid? To who? Through which arm of the U.S. government?
when you give foreign aid to other governments, all right, the type of foreign aid that Israel gets and a lot of the foreign aid that the U.S. gives to every country, it's not actual cash. Here, go spend it however you want. It's money that has to be spent on American companies in U.S. soil. So essentially, foreign aid is a letter of credit saying, "Hey, you're going to buy certain things. We're going to flip the bill for it, but it has to be purchased in American companies."
It's not a
Right?
letter of credit. Uh, the thing
Essentially, I'm
is,
not saying it's exactly that. I'm saying essentially.
yeah, so they
Um,
give them American arms.
yes, you buy American arms that you have to buy. They give American arms that they spend on American companies. Foreign
So
aid
we give
stays
them
within the
American
American.
arms. Yeah, that's fine. It's still charitable giving of American arms, which I don't support.
Yeah.
My main issue.
No, is it me lagging or you lagging?
Oh,
Is it me or you?
there we
You
go.
got.
We back.
You were saying your main issue.
Is American bombs going down on Gaza?
Okay. First of all, you don't want to give. You said you don't want to give American arms to foreign countries, right?
I said no, I didn't say that.
What did you? You said you don't want to give American arms to foreign countries. You said that, or did I mishear you?
I don't know what you would have heard that I said that. I don't want to give American arms to Israel, by and large, until the IDF stops committing heinous acts.
Okay. And the IDF is committing what heinous acts? Bombing Gaza?
Huge amount of things. Unilateral bombing of illegal areas such as the hospitals, refugee camps, residential areas, places they know civilians to be, right? Those places. Violating international law by denying the Nakba refugees, by denying humanitarian aid entrance, by denying like very clear, reporters, bombing UN agents in that area. They committed heinous acts in Lebanon when the UN itself reported that they killed 34 UN peacekeepers that were sent in there to defend Israel, right? They've killed UN agents in Gaza. They've killed reporters in Gaza, right? They've cut off food, water, and electricity to Gaza. All of those are despicable, heinous acts. Yeah,
All of those are committed during a time of war. Now,
and
do
they're
you
war
know that
crimes
Israel also now do you know that Israel also opened the humanitarian corridor?
after blocking it.
Of course they blocked it in the beginning, but now they have a humanitarian corridor. Do you know that Israel
That
that
lets
the
in a
Israeli
tenth
army
of what
actually
they previously accepted.
hold on. Do you know that Israel actually escorted and helped keep safe Palestinian citizens into
Safe
south
from
of Gaza
what?
because they were being attacked by Hamas?
By and large, even the Israelis admitted they were keeping them safe from Israeli bombs.
No, they were keeping them safe from Hamas. Do you know that Hamas does not allow did not allow the Palestinians to go into the southern part of Gaza?
Do you know Israel bombed the southern part of Gaza?
It bombed very strategic points of the southern part of Gaza,
It's
points
claiming
with
that it's
Hamas,
bombing everywhere strategically. But if you're going to tell people to
because
evacuate to
you're
an
saying
area,
because you're
if you're going to
citing
tell people
some.
to evacuate to an area, you better not bomb it.
Yes, but at the same time, why are you, as the military force of the area, firing from from a region where you know all your citizens are? If
I'm not pro
Hamas is
Hamas.
continuous,
I'm not pro. I'm not. I wait. No, this isn't. I'm pro Hamas. You're pro Israel. That's not
no,
what this
I
is.
know, but I'm saying we're
I'm
having
pro
a
not
discussion. So
committing
to
war
understand,
crimes.
yeah, but to understand what you're saying, you also have to show the other side of the coin.
No, no, no.
The
But the other
reason
side of the
Israel
coin
is
of war
bombing
crimes
those
is not
areas,
another thing doing war crimes. You understand
no,
that
I'm not saying it's,
I'm not pro. I'm not pro Hamas, right? In the
I
exact
never
same way,
said
I'm
you
not. It's not. Those aren't the two sides of the coins. You're supporting an organization that is terrorizing 2 million Gazans. You're supporting an organization
I'm
that has
supporting a country
actively
that's,
bulwarked and kicked out international law. I'm not.
I'm supporting a country that's actively defending its citizens. Now, I
Illegally,
also,
right? It's
I
illegally
also at the
settled in the
same
West
time,
Bank.
Israelis are in the West Bank and Territory C. I don't agree with that. Territory C is actually Israeli part. That's the ones that are in Territory B, the settlements. I don't support the settlements.
And the
I
IDF
don't
is
agree with
used
the
to defend
settlements.
those settlements and exasperate
I
those
know,
settlements.
The soldiers that do that are not happy with that. The citizens are not happy. The people in the settlements are the extremists on the Israeli side. So every side
No,
has
but the
extremists,
IDF
right?
is used to consistently institutionalize war crimes and illegal occupation. There's no reason to believe they're not doing the same thing in Gaza.
In Gaza, Israel pulled out of Gaza back in
No,
2005.
I'm saying they're not committing war crimes and illegal occupations, right, by soldiers.
Where? In Gaza?
Mhm.
There's no occupations in Gaza. There's no.
No, I'm saying a military occupation
Are you talking about right now or are you talking about before?
right now.
Okay, right now is the time of war. All right.
And what?
And
And what
something that
about,
I have.
wait, so, and
So
what?
hold on. You're gonna laugh because you're gonna discount what I'm telling you, but you have to look at what happens during war and what happens when they were not at war. Because there
Do
is a
war crimes
very clear
exist?
distinction. Do war crimes exist? I believe Israel does everything it can to avoid war crimes and to be as humanitarian as it possibly can to the local population of
Do
the
war crimes
Palestinians.
exist?
Do war crimes happen because of individuals?
No,
Yes,
no,
they
no. Do
exist.
war crimes exist?
In Israel,
Do war crimes exist as a concept? Can you commit a crime in waging war?
you can commit crimes in waging war.
Okay,
Yes,
so
I agree
simply
with you on
because
that.
it's in war doesn't mean that everything is acceptable.
I'm not saying everything is acceptable. I'm
Okay,
saying you
so
have
is
to
cutting off
distinguish between
humanitarian
the two
aid
crimes.
a war crime?
Cutting off humanitarian aid is not a war crime.
Yes, it is according to the UN Charter, which Israel signed on to.
You can It can be called a war crime, but at the end of the day, when you have to put a country on under siege, it's necessary evil. It's what people call a necessary evil. Do I agree with it? No, I don't. Is it
Israel
necessary?
doesn't agree
Yes,
with
it
it.
is.
They signed
Let
on
me
to the
ask
UN Charter.
let me ask you a question. Is it okay to take aid that is given to the people? Is it okay to take that aid and then to pocket the money and sell the aid to their people?
One war crime doesn't justify another. So,
You're
as
right.
I've been,
No, you're right. One war crime doesn't justify another, but you're quite
so
the
this
thing
would
is,
only be relevant if I was pro Hamas, which I'm not.
no, it's relevant because you have to show both sides of the coin to show your
But this
side.
isn't both sides of the coin. I'm not pro Hamas. You're pro Israel, right? My side of the coin is I condemn both. Your side of the coin is you only condemn one. You're the one being, uneven, not
I
me.
condemn. No. I also criticize Israel a lot.
Then why do
This
you
chat
think we
makes
should
it really
continue? Why do you think we should continue funding their heinous acts?
because Israel is the only true ally that the U.S. has in the Middle East. It is the only. You might not like to hear it, but it's true. Israel is the only true ally to the U.S. in the Middle East. It is also the only place where the
So we
U.S.
should
can
support their
go
genocide.
safely. It's not a genocide.
Really?
People like
Really?
calling it a genocide. Genocide is the word. Genocide is the word of the month. It's not genocide. People
Okay,
think
so
it's
do you know
genocide.
what?
It's not.
Okay. You don't think that
You
Israel is
know
a
how I know
genocidal
it's not?
state?
Because everybody's saying that Israel's been committing genocide for years and years and years, when in reality, the population of the Palestinians has been growing, not shrinking.
The
So
population
you're
can
telling me
increase
that
under a
Israel is the
genocide.
worst country at committing genocide?
The population can increase under a genocide. You don't understand what a genocide is.
The population, no, a genocide is the elimination of another race.
The genocide is
That's what a
genocide is
genocide is.
merely constituent of actions working towards the elimination, right, or expulsion of a group of people illegally from an area.
So
And Israel is
by
unilaterally doing
by
that.
that
The
definition,
pullout of Gaza
so
was
by that
justified on ethnic
definition,
background. The denial of the Nakba refugees is absolutely a genocidal action, right? They explicitly say that a state interest is to maintain a Jewish majority. You cannot maintain a Jewish majority without genocidal actions.
listen, first of all, according to your definition of
The UN's
genocide,
definition.
right? According to the UN's definition of genocide, Israel has been failing at that miserably.
No.
According to that
They've been
definition, the
succeeding in it.
definition that you gave.
They've
No,
been doing actions intended on it. You don't need
no, they haven't.
to
No, they haven't.
successfully in whole to get rid of it. Actually, the definition is in whole or in part.
But they have been failing because the amount of Palestinians has been growing over time. Number one. Number two,
As a proportion of the
Palestinians who live,
population,
Palestinians who live within the borders of Israel have voting rights. They
yeah,
have
black people did
every
in
single,
apartheid South Africa.
they have every single right that the Israelis have. They have members in Congress representing them.
So did
They
the
have
black people in
senators in the
apartheid South
Israeli
Africa.
Knesset representing them. Huh?
One second.
What was that?
So did the black people in apartheid South Africa.
No, they
They
didn't.
had some governmental representation. It was just drastically uneven and disequal. That's the point
The
here.
representation,
Is
the representation that the Palestinians have and that the Arab Israelis have is equal to their voting. Is equal to
it's
their votes.
absolutely
Their
not.
votes don't count
There are
less.
what?
Their votes don't count less.
Their votes don't institutionally count less, but when you don't, for example, give their children the same right of return, right, if they leave the country as Jewish children, that's an institutionally racist system.
If you are
The
an
right of
Israeli
return. Let's talk
Arab,
about the
if
right of
you're an
return for
Israel,
here for a second.
no,
Do
if
you
you're an
know the law of
Israeli
return?
Arab that left Israel, you can return to Israel. You have a right of return. If you're an Israeli Arab that left Israel, you can return to Israel. The right of return, the part where people have a mistake and have a problem understanding the right of return is to have Jewish people come to Israel. Right? Israel is a state that was
Why only
created
Jewish
for the
people?
Jewish people. Huh? But let
Okay,
me
wait.
explain.
It was
Let me explain
created
why
for the
only Jewish
Jewish
people.
people?
Israel is a state that was created for the Jewish people. It was meant to be a Jewish state. Why? Because the Jewish people throughout history were constantly persecuted, constantly kicked out of their countries. Don't forget what happened in World War II. Don't forget what
And so
happened
they
in the
kicked the
Second
Palestinians out of
Superstition.
their areas.
Hold on, let me finish.
Wait,
All
no,
of
no. You're
that,
just. I know what you're saying. I'm not going to be reminded
you
of
know
all the
what I'm
horrendous
saying,
things
but
that
there's
happened to my ancestors. I'm aware, right? I have
okay,
Jewish ancestors. I have Jewish heritage. I'm aware that horrendous things happened to my ancestors. I
so
don't
that
need you to remind me of those things and then justify another genocide on them.
I'm
Okay?
not
The fact
justifying.
that Jews were kicked out of many countries does not mean that they get to sit and kick people out of another country. It does not mean that they get to establish a estate only for them. That's not what it means. What it means is that they should have the greatest amount of empathy and sympathy for the ethnic cleansing that they experienced, right? For people experiencing the similar thing. And they should not engage in the exact same behavior. So explain to me, please, I would love to know,
I
what is
did it.
your copium justification for the denial of the Nakba refugees? The Nakba refugees have an internationally recognized right of return. They are more indigenous to the land than the vast majority of Jewish people coming under the right of return. Explain to me how you think it is justified for a modern state to deny them.
So I'm going to tell you something about the Nakba, and you're going to think I'm lying, and you're going to laugh at this because you're not going to believe a word that I'm going to
Just tell
say.
me it. Don't give me this
No, no,
preamble.
no. I'm giving you this
Okay,
because,
don't give me the. I'm not interested in the preamble. It is literally just like monologuing no one cares about. Please just tell me the fact.
all right, the Nakba was actually something that was created by the Arab nations trying to scare the local Arabs into fighting, which actually got them to run away. Israel,
I've
by
heard this
no
talking
means.
point. Like, I'm not triggered. I've heard it multiple times. It's still
Okay,
nonsense.
I'm saying it's not something that the Israelis went and kicked everybody out. Israelis didn't go and say, "Oh no, you're leaving." Yes, it did happen in some instances, but it didn't happen in the Nakba. And in the instances that it did happen, I will be the first one to concede. You know what? If we kick them out of their land, they deserve to come back. They deserve
Only
to
if
have the
you
right
kick
to
that.
return.
Wait. So, but this is the
But
reason
there's,
I the
but
reason
the
I don't care
Nakba,
about this
the
point is because it doesn't
Nakba
matter.
was
It doesn't
people who
matter who
literally
kicked them
up
out of the
and
land. It's
left.
the fact that they were kicked out of the land.
No, no, no. But that's what I'm saying. The Nakba, they weren't kicked out. They up and left because they were scared. They up.
If you threaten or scare someone into leaving, right?
That's what I'm telling you. Israel
Okay,
didn't do
cool.
that. The Arab
But no,
nations
no, no.
did
But
that.
Israel doesn't. That's not how rights work. Okay. Even
No,
if
but that's
your
what the
narrative
Arab
was,
nations
no,
are.
no, let me just explain this for a second, because even if your narrative was true, right, that the Arab nations were the ones that scared, intimidated, threatened, right, Palestinians from leaving their land, right? It's not. But let's say it is true. Even if that were true, those Palestinians would still have the right of return to that area. Does that make sense?
It does make sense when you look at it from your point of view.
So do
I'll
you
con-
disagree? Because the UN agrees with me,
I
and the
just
way that the international law is written agrees with me. It does not matter who kicked them out. It's the fact that they were either kicked out, threatened, or intimidated, or in an active war zone, which they were.
so it doesn't make a difference who caused what.
Not in the case of their rights to return. If you are displaced because of a war, it doesn't matter who ends up winning that war if they have to respect your international rights. So if there's a war, for example, right, between the US and Mexico, and in that war there's a war zone, and because of that war zone, everyone leaves Texas. It doesn't matter if the territory of Texas ends up in the US's hands or in Mexico's hands, right, as to if Texans get to return to their land. Because war is fundamentally two-sided, right? And you can say it was the Arabs and I can say it was Israel, right? And everyone will always say it's the other side, right? But whatever the fact is, right, is that people have the right to return to their land that they were displaced from in their wartime, okay? And Israel is denying that right. Okay, even though the whole entire the ICJ has ruled that the Nakba refugees have the right to return, the clear, even understanding of international law ruled that. The UN, the vast majority of the international community recognize this. You know why Israel has said they aren't doing it? Because of ethnographic concerns. They are concerned that there will be too many Arabs, too many
And are you telling me
Palestinians
that's
in their
not a
area.
legitimate?
They are concerned they will have too many Palestinians in their area. So the fact that they are taking a illegal action to disallow a portion of a ethnic group into their country is genocidal.
Okay, now are you telling me that if there are more Palestinians than Israeli than Jews in the land of Israel, are you telling me that it's going to stay fair for the Jews?
Wait, sorry. I'm saying that you
No, no,
don't
I'm
have a
saying
right to violate international law to maintain a majority of your own ethnicity.
okay, but again, looking at the history and what happened to the Jewish people, looking at the history and what happened to the Jewish people, right?
I don't just
Look
care
at how
about Jewish people, I care about all people.
I know we have to care about all people. We have to come to a solution for
But you're not.
everybody.
You're saying that they get to be
No,
racist because people were racist to them.
I'm trying to explain why they're racist. I'm not saying they're not. They're racist. They are being
Okay, and I
racist.
condemn them for that. I condemn them for committing a racist
Okay.
genocide.
But do you want to put the Jewish people in a position where they're also kicked out again from their country?
Wait, Israel has been,
Where are the
so
Jews
from
going to
my
go?
view,
Listen,
Israel
if
has been
you
one
have
of
a
the
majority,
largest
if you have
drivers of anti
a majority,
Semitism for the
look,
past 70 years. Okay, that's my view. I
if
don't
you
think
have a
Israel's
majority
helping the Jewish
Palestinian
people. I think
people,
Israel's using the Jewish people as a shield.
Israel is shielding the Jewish people. They're not
No, no,
using
no.
them
I
as a
think they are
shield.
using the Jewish people as a shield. The primary original Zionists were anti Semites.
No, they weren't.
Absolutely. The evangelical
They were.
Christians that supported them in Britain were anti Semitic because they wanted Jews out of their country. The one Jewish
The,
MP,
the
the one
evangelicals could
Jewish
have been
member of
anti.
parliament in Britain during the times of the foundation of the Jewish Colonial Association and the governmental funding of it, voted against it because it was
Hey, hold on one
fundamentally
second.
against their
Hey,
theology.
wait. Will, I'm loving this conversation, by the way, and I love that you're taking your stand. All the information that I'm getting from you, it's amazing. But I want to show you something real quick. Look at what my guys made. It might not seem like much, but they made this chair, and we got to make like 23 more of them, and I think that's pretty cool,
My brother's
right?
a woodworker. I back it. Very cool chair.
It is a very. You're a woodworker.
My brother is.
Nice.
Yeah,
Tell him to
yeah.
follow me too. Look, I
Very nice.
think that everything is nice and dandy talking about it from here. But let me ask you this question: what do you think the solution is?
What do I think the
Moving
solution is? Right. I
moving
think
forward,
Israel, by
what
and
is
large,
your
is the problem. So
Huh?
getting Israel out of the diplomatic chair is going to be the solution, right? So that means international association with between the West and the Arab nations to establish an immediate ceasefire and then an Arab trustee state and eventually integration across the ethnicities.
So do you think a one-state solution or a two-state solution?
Two-state solution in the interim, one-state solution in the finality.
Okay. So two-state solution I can agree with. The problem with the one-state solution is if you have a one-state solution where the majority of the population is not Jewish, it will inevitably hurt the Jewish people. So, hear me out on this. I've been talking to a lot of pro-Palestinian people. And we've been having discussions, and we've agreed and disagreed on a bunch of stuff, right? But the one idea that people seem to be in agreement on is having a two-state solution with a federation-like relationship where you have the Palestinians with their leadership controlling them, Israelis and the Jews with their leadership controlling them, but free travel between the two states for both people.
That worked so
Free
well in
travel,
Bosnia and
free
Herzegovina.
trade, huh?
That worked just truly so well in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
But I mean, it seems like the one solution that would make sense to both sides because having a single state solution is not going to happen. Nobody's going to take that. But having a two-state solution like that might actually happen. And the thing is also, no matter what we do, no matter what we talk about right now, no matter what we say, in the long run, peace isn't going to happen tomorrow. Peace isn't going to happen in a month. It's not going to happen in a year. It's going to take time. It's going to take generations. But to be able to build up to that, we have to get somewhere, right? In the
So
future, if we can get a one-state solution, sure, fine, great. But having a two-state solution where they can all cross freely and have trade, I think that's a good compromise.
there's a difficulty here, which is that fundamentally, I agree. I already said we have a two-state solution in the interim. That's
Yeah.
what's important right now is a two-state solution in the interim. Um, the difficulty I have is I'm anti-ethno state. I'm anti-ethno state as a fundamental concept, right? And what you're describing would be just the maintenance of two ethno states, one for Arabs, one for Jews. And that would still mean that Arabs face persecution in the Jewish area and Jews face persecution in the Arab area, right? As an expectation, right? That's the expectation of ethno states. That's what happens in Bosnia and Herzegovina. That's what happened when the West came in and solved all of Yugoslavia, right? It
Yes.
turns out poorly, and it leads fundamentally to the second that one becomes more powerful than the other, right? You're going to see genocide. It happens literally all the time. That's why India and Pakistan don't get along. That's why you can explain a lot. That's all of Cyprus right now. What we should be doing is going back a little bit in time, which is that for a very long time, right, throughout Northern Africa, right, throughout the Ottoman territories, Jews lived in this area in relative peace with their Arab neighbors, right? They were like many other minorities, right? But in relative peace with their Arab brothers. That's why there were, right, Jews across lots of Africa, across lots of Northern Africa, across lots of the Middle East that lived in relative peace. Okay. And I'm saying we can, when we move beyond the Western ethno state, move back to that. There's no reason that they can't live together. Um, that's my view.
Well,
And
I
also,
follow
just to be
you
clear,
because I like to hear other people's views.
Israel and the Zionists increased that violence. This is the thing: is y'all can say no, there wasn't relative peace. Look, back then was quite dangerous. You know what's more dangerous, right? The vast amount of violence that Zionists have incited against Jews.
It
Right?
was
There was a
actually
vast amount of
there was a
violence
lot
that
of
the
violence
Zionists have
before
incited against
Israel.
Jews.
There was a lot of
What?
violence before Israel became a state because there was a lot of clashes. It's when Britain took over. There's lots of freaking turmoil in the area. Hey
Yeah,
man, look,
by
I followed
Zionists,
you.
quite a lot actually.
Hey, listen, I followed you. I think you're cool. I might not agree with you, but I like the way you speak and I like the information you got. Right now, I have to leave, but I appreciate the
Peace.
discussion. Peace to everyone. Disconnect.
Once again, I'm going to say if you disagree with me, send a guest request. Um, and if you don't disagree with me, don't send a guest request. I like the way that was phrased. Yep, all homie, what? If you do disagree with me, send a guest request. Let's see.
Will, how are you?
Doing well. You're gonna get kicked by TikTok if you don't turn on your camera. So turn on your camera and then
Oh,
turn it back off again if you want.
sure.
There we go. You can turn it off if you want. There's no issue. Okay, cool.
Okay.
What'd you send a guest request to disagree on?
So first of all, wanted to talk about population transfers, and that to be exact, the rule that you're referring to is Article 49, which was coded in 1949, and many population exchanges, over 60 million people moved during World War II and after it. And I don't see anything special about the Palestinian. For a matter of fact, I think you're quite racist by referring to them as a superior kind of refugees than the Germans, the Greeks, Pakistans, Indian, French, like so
Did
privileged
I say they were?
compared.
Did I say?
Yeah,
Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
because again, 60 million refugees moved between 1940 and 1950, massive population transfer. Article 49 was coded due to this fact, right? And you completely skip over it. You say, oh no, Nakba is special. No, it's nothing special.
Did I ever
12
talk
million.
about those population transfers? Did I ever say they didn't have the
Yeah,
right to?
because the Nakba is a population transfer due
But
to
did I ever
war.
talk about the other population transfers?
No, again,
So
you
then I
are
didn't
doing a
say
double
they. So wait, no,
standard.
no, I'm gonna interrupt you once again because you accused me of being racist, and I want to be very, very clear.
You
I
are racist.
never compared them to any other population
Yes,
transfers.
you
So
are,
how could
because
you?
you are
No,
claim.
but no, did I? You said I
Mhm.
did not mention any of the other population transfers.
No, you
How could I
lied.
have
First
how
of
could
all,
I
first
have
of all,
compared them to another population transfer
again, the
if I'd never mentioned
international.
any of the other ones?
Okay, the fact that you are mentioning that the Nakba is a crime that need to be undone as
That's not what
something
I claimed.
special,
That's not what I
you
claimed.
claim that. You
That wasn't
said
my
that the
claim. I
Nakba is
claimed
a
that
crime.
Nakba refugees have the right of return.
No, they don't. No other refugee have the right of return. What make them
Refugees
special?
absolutely have the right of return. What are you talking
No, they
about? The kicked
don't.
out Kurds, the Jews kicked out during World War II, the Jews kicked out during the
No,
Inquisition
they
actively
again,
claimed the right of return.
again, no one have the right of return because if you want to open that Pandora box, we need to repopulate over 89 million people now in Europe, which is not going to
Wait,
happen.
people kicked out
We,
during an active wartime absolutely have the right of return, especially after the ratification of the UN
no,
Charter.
again, you are lying again because the article you are referring to in the International Law or Geneva Convention, Article 49, was coded in 1949 due to this massive population transfers, and then people say, oh, it's wrong, let's not do it again. So whatever happened before that is irrelevant to the law.
No. Rights, you grant the rights at the point of the ratification, right?
No,
And
you
then you
don't.
apply them to the facts of the case.
All right,
That's
so
not
in
how that
that
works. They
case,
have the
so
rights moving forward.
all right, so no, they don't, because then we need to
Once again, the
repopulate
ICJ
Pakistan and
disagrees
India.
with you. Wait, can you
I
explain
see.
your disagreement with the ICJ?
All right, first of all, I just want to say that I will take the UN as a pro-terrorist group because there is a
Okay, but you're
57.
referencing a UN resolution.
I'm telling you that in your own game, you don't know the date of the law that you're
No,
trying to
you're
hang
saying
your
what I'm
article.
saying is you aren't. You either play the game and you lose, right?
Okay,
Because the
let's
UN
play it
agrees
again.
with
Let's
me,
play it
and
again.
all
Let's play it
international
again.
lawyers. One second, all international lawyers agree with me. The ICJ, right, agrees with what I'm saying. Or you can do your nonsense of denying the UN, which Israel's a part of the UN. Okay,
Hmm.
so
Yeah.
I choose your game wisely. Either
No,
we talk
again,
about what the UN's opinion is and the things they ratified, right?
wait.
And you're
Hmm.
going to lose on that because the ICJ agrees with me.
Hmm.
Or you say the UN doesn't matter, and we can talk about that.
All right, so first of all, I can tell you now. In 1948, there were 51 countries in the United Nations. Okay? Those nations have a valid point to argue. Now, After the 40s, 50s, and the post-colonial, where many Muslim countries and many African countries joined the UN is not the same. The UN currently cannot even condemn Hamas, and they were cheering for the date that they did not condemn him. So this is the organization morality level that we are facing now. 1948 UN is not the current UN.
So
This
you didn't
current
answer my
UN,
question, and I'm not going to engage with you if you aren't able to have a
all
discussion.
right,
I
it's
need to
it's
know
too
what
hard for you.
you.
I understand. I understand. It's too hard for
No, you're
you, and
just
you want
not
something.
answering any questions. Thank you, Jonathan, for coming up. Jonathan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What'd you send a guest request to disagree on?
For 50 years, I've been watching the issue in Palestine, and after 50 years of watching, there's not one Arabic nation that stepped up to do anything to really help them. They just want to dump it on the Israelis, and yet 50 years, nobody's given. None of the Saudis have given. None of the Arabians have given them any assistance. They have not given them any
That's not true.
land. Really, where have they given them land?
They've given them consistent assistance. They've given them humanitarian assistance almost
Okay, where
consistently.
where
What
where did they give land?
The Qataris, Iranians, and Saudis have been consistently giving them humanitarian aid. If you want to talk about the Iranians have been giving military aid to people I would disagree with, but they have been doing what they think is a good goal.
Yeah, but
They've
nobody's given
consistently
them their own land.
diplomatically supported
What
them.
they want is their own land, right?
Yeah, they want their own land.
Okay, why aren't the Arabians, the
Palestine. The
Saudis,
Palestinians want
Iranians?
Palestine. It's not the Saudis' land to give.
Well, I guess they should have fought that with the British then, because that was their time to
Hobie says
defend it.
what? They were founded by the British. The Saudis literally were supported by the British, the foundation of the Saudi government. So was the Jordanian, so was the Qatari, and so was the United Arab Emirates. What are you talking about? Fought it with the British. They were the British.
Right? But if the Palestinians blame the British for
Can
handing
you turn
their
off whatever's
land
in the
over,
background or get away from whatever's in the background? It's very.
okay, hang on, let me turn that mess off. Sorry about that. So in the 50 years I've been watching this, um, I've had no no real clear support from Arabians to help the Palestinians to get
Have
their
you ever
own
heard of the
place.
Khartoum? Have you ever heard of the Khartoum Agreement,
Yeah, where's the land?
bro?
Where's the
What?
proof?
Do you know what the
Where's the
Khartoum
proof?
Agreement is?
Well, where's the proof of it though? What
Proof of
came out of
what?
that? What came out of that?
Okay, I'll ask you one time again. Do you know what it is?
I know what Iranian friends of mine tell me it is,
Okay, what is your understanding of the Khartoum Agreement?
that it's a opportunity for Arabic nations to stand up against the Israelis.
What precisely did they agree?
Um, Pretty much what they cheer every morning: death to the little Satan.
There's a really simple sentence that they agreed in the Khartoum Agreement. Do you know what it is?
Now go ahead and tell me.
Okay, you can just admit you don't know something. It is fine.
Right?
They agreed to never recognize the validity of the Israeli state.
Exactly.
It's not exactly. You didn't
How
know,
how
so you're
how did
welcome.
that benefit the Palestinian people?
Because if they had diplomatic support from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Bahrain, UAE, right, then they would have had more empowerment to displace and destroy the Palestinian people, like we saw from the Abraham Accords, which pulled in Morocco and Egypt and South Sudan into the agreement of um, of Israel and the recognition of Israel. And Israel only got bolder in their displacement and violation of international law against the Palestinian people. Abraham Accords.
and yet still no Arab nations come up and said, here's your land.
What the Palestinians aren't asking for land. They're asking for their land. They're asking
Well,
for pre-1967 borders.
what they're
They don't
actually
want a
doing.
chunk out of Saudi Arabia. They don't want the Sinai. They don't want a chunk out of Egypt. They want the Palestinian land.
Well, what they're bringing down is the next um, um, sorry, having a little brain fart. The next
For what?
crusade. So the next crusade is what they're energizing right now. How's that going to work
What?
for any of the Arabic nations?
You can just say Arab nations, by the way. Arabic is a language.
Okay, Arab nations. How's that going to work for the Arab nations?
What do you mean?
When the next crusade starts, how's that going to work for the Arab
I don't think
nations?
there's going to be a next crusade, and if there was, it was Israel.
Well, they've just done everything that sent the other crusades into action was by killing innocent people,
By and
murdering.
large, yet Israel's been murdering innocent people as well. I'm aware that it's increasing tensions. What do you mean? You're just not making any relevant point at here at all.
So what I'm saying is what I hear from Palestinians is that the Israelis are sending rockets and missiles into the West Bank and killing people. Is that true?
They're primarily sending. They have sent some, a limited amount. They've sent more into southern Gaza and many, 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 many more into no, sorry, southern Lebanon, and then many, 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 many more into Gaza Strip.
Right. Are you aware that the Iron Dome Patriot missile system, when it detects a missile being fired, it automatically returns fire?
Yes, I know what the
All
Iron
right.
Dome system
So
is.
so then when Hamas comes into your neighborhood and sets up a rocket to be launched, you expect to have rockets coming back at you, correct?
Yes, but Hamas doesn't represent the Palestinian people.
Well, they're the
And
ones that are bringing the rockets into your
but
neighborhood.
that doesn't justify killing of civilians. Just like the IDF, right, committing
Well,
heinous
why
war
why
crimes in
would
the
why would
West Bank and
why
in
would
Gaza.
Hamas do that to you?
Why is
If you're if
why
you're
do
a
terrorists
Palestinian,
exist? Wait, are you asking why
why
terrorists
would you let
exist?
Hamas set up a rocket launch system in
What
your
do you mean
neighborhood?
let? If you saw someone setting up a rocket launch, right?
So
And
like
you could and they were the government, what would you do?
I live in McKinney, Texas, and if Fort Worth and McKinney were in a war, and I saw people setting up a rocket launch system that I knew was going to come back into my neighborhood and kill my family, I would be out there shooting guns at them.
What
I'd
if
do
they
my
have bigger
best to
guns? Or
deter
hear
it.
me out. Wait, what if they have bigger guns? Or hear me out. A rocket.
Yeah.
Do you not think that they maybe would win against you and other civilians?
Well, it would be a huge deterrent to them setting up in my neighborhood again.
I don't think it would,
Well, that's because they're evil people.
but that doesn't justify killing women and children.
Well, then what do you justify October 7th on?
I don't justify October 7th. I don't think October 7th was justified. And
Right?
equally, I don't believe October 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th was justified. The difference between
So
you and
all
me is
my
you're trying to justify October 8th, 9th,
no.
10th, and 12th, and 11th, but I'm not trying to justify any of them. I condemn them all.
What I'm trying to point out is, um, okay, so I've had experiences where I've had homeless people who've been in tough spots being homeless, and I've opened my doors to them to let them come in and spend some days. Again, I did it again this last
Please just
Thanksgiving.
make your point, yeah.
Okay, and so I'm saying the Palestinians are kind of like these homeless people that make you regret letting them live there. And for
They're
50
like the
years,
homeless. Wait, sorry. They're
for
like the
50
homeless people.
years,
They're like the
no
homeless people
no
if the homeless
Saudi.
people owned the home. They're like the homeless people if they were the homeowners. Like, what are you talking about? No. If anyone
If they
is,
were the homeowners and they
if
lost
anyone
it,
is, if anyone is, the Israeli government is like the homeless people because they came in, some welcome, some deeply unwelcome, and took people's rightful homes. And you know what's funny is under Ottoman rule,
well, and
Jews
again,
lived
every time
side
they
by
come back
side
to
with Arabs
rightful home,
as a people of the book, right?
when you
They had extra taxes, but they
you
had
have
extra rights.
4,000-year-old records from Egypt saying that's the land of the Hebrews.
And
Okay,
you know who also descended of
four
Hebrews?
4,000 years
You know
ago.
who also descended of Hebrews? The Palestinians.
So, are you saying that there's um, evidence historically putting them previous to the Egyptians' records of that land?
I'm saying both of them, by modern secular historians, are viewed as descendants of those Semitic people, the Canaanites, and then later the Hebrews.
Well, so if I'm looking at it as political systems are here in the United States, I would have to say there's some powerful political people that really don't want the Palestinians to have liberty.
So stop supporting them because they're racist.
Well, but it's their Islamic brothers, you know? They're the ones that have the power to give them liberty or not.
What are you talking about? Okay, what country could give them liberty?
Well, Jordan could.
Jordan, one of the largest intelligence allies with the US?
Yeah, but they won't. They won't give them any
They
land.
won't because once again, America has them under their thumb.
What about Syria?
The Syria, which is currently in the middle of a civil war, partially funded by the US and partially funded by Turkey? You want them to help an external peoples?
Well, who do you think should step up and give them some land?
I think that the Israelis should step up and give them their rightful land.
They
The
did.
people that stole their
They
land should
they
give
are
it back.
living now in the West Bank.
The Palestinians have the right to the pre-1967 borders. That is the international community's position. And Israel has stolen that land.
Well, but by that same argument, you're going to say that the American natives have right to America.
That's crazy because I would, right? But we also live in a different times, right? I believe in a one state solution. I believe that Palestinians, right, should be able to live on their land, right? And other native people like certain Jewish people. This is what's interesting is I believe Jewish people are native. In some Jewish people are native.
Yeah,
I believe
I
most
agree with you
Palestinians
that
are native as well.
a
Both
two
of them should
state
be
a two
able
states
both
never
of
going
them
to
should
work
be
for
able
either
to.
side. I
No, I
agree
want a
with
one
that.
state solution. Yeah.
Right?
I
And
want a
and
one state solution where all native people can live together.
right. And so,
That doesn't look like Israel. Because Israel is intent on bringing in non-native people via converts and intent on maintaining a Jewish majority in the area. It is not intent on recognizing indigeneity. That's why they don't recognize or didn't recognize the Samaritans. That's why they don't recognize Palestinians.
so a friend of mine, and by friend I mean person that I actually go to his house and eat, and he comes to my house and has meals. He's Saudi Arabian, and he's in the royal family. And the Saudis have a law that says Palestinians cannot come into their late nation except for 1 week for the Hajj, and then they never get to come back again.
Yeah,
What if
Saudi Arabia, which was founded by Britain and is diplomatically tied and supported by America and the American petrodollar, That Saudi Arabia, the Saudi Arabia that receives mass amounts of arms from the West, you really think that they're going to be a good ally to Palestine? Saudi Arabia, the ones that were
Well, I'm saying they
trying to
made a moral
normalize relations
decision.
with Israel for nukes.
So they made a moral decision, okay, and they stand by it. But you don't hear anybody complaining about the
They were
Saudis.
forced into a decision for diplomatic maintenance of their royal family.
Well, they made a decision that was immoral, and they won't
Yes,
back
the
off of
Saudis
it.
are immoral.
I mean, as an American, I can agree with you on that because the 9/11. I mean, they were most obvious.
But what's your point here?
That you don't have a moral conscience in the Arab nations that's going to really do anything for the
But you don't have a
Palestinians.
moral conscience in Israel either, or in the West. There needs to be some
Wait.
morality.
Okay, so 50 years of a toleration is no
Toleration.
moral code. Yeah, they've
50
tolerated
years
them.
of toleration.
Yep,
50
they've
years of
tolerated.
violation of international law, illegally occupying and infringing upon their land and rights. That's what you call toleration? Consistent brutalization of their men, women, and children? An illegal blockade for the last
Well,
12 years?
when you pull acts of war, then you might receive acts of war,
Yeah, like Israel's declaration of independence being an act of war. They might have expected a retaliation by the Arab nations.
and they have, but
Yeah,
they've won
but
those
the thing
battles.
is they struck first. So when you strike first, you lose the right to complain. And their illegal occupation of their lands, their illegal claim to independence, their illegal consistent exodus of Arabs from their area, all of those things are acts of war. So they have consistently been institutionalizing acts of war into their foundation for the past 75 years of their existence. So no, I won't accept that somehow Israel, in not succeeding holistically in its genocide against the Palestinian people for the past 50 years, is somehow a moral win for them. They've still been doing despicable, absolutely inexcusable acts against the Palestinians.
So outside of the missiles, when have the Israelis gone into Gaza and just started hacking people to death with
When
swords?
they occupied it prior to 2006, and they had active Jewish settlements in that area, and they violently defended them,
I just want to make out the point that um, when you decide to behave in a manner that's injurious, then you're going to reap what you sowed.
yep, and that's why Israel consistently gets attacked, because they consistently act in a manner that is injurious and fundamentally illegal. So you should start with the problem, which are the aggravators and agitators that Israel is.
I mean, you're in line with what the Western journalists' um, opinion is, but
When you
friends of
can't win an
mine,
argument, win against the person. That's a good strategy.
well, that's fine. I don't mind losing an argument, you know?
No, I know, but don't turn it around on someone and attack their person or the people that agree with them rather than engaging in the argument. If you have nothing else productive to say on the argument, cool, but don't get into you're like this, you're like this, you're like this. I don't care.
I'm saying that what are the Palestinians going to do to expect a different outcome?
That's what
They've
I'm
got
saying.
they've
What
got to
else can they
change.
do other than resist violently? I do not agree with what Hamas did, right? But it is expected under occupation.
Well, then I guess you expect Israel to roll tanks into Gaza and just destroy everything then
I
too.
do, because they are a genocidal ethno state, but they have a choice, don't they? Because they're the ones with power, and power gives you choice. And we should criticize the ones with power much, much more than we criticize the ones without.
Well, I criticize the people who are consistently, by your opinion, getting their asses handed to them and not changing.
You're criticizing the weak.
The
That's
ones who are
classically
not
what
doing
that
anything
is.
different.
That is, if you
They're,
look at
they're like,
anything in history,
we're
if you
going to
look at
throw
any
rocks at
issue in
you and we're going
history,
to keep throwing rocks at you until Caesar sends down his horde upon us and destroys
it's an
us.
embarrassing position to have, and it's well, are you Christian, sir?
No, no,
No? Okay.
no.
It's a fundamentally immoral position to have, right? Any given moral system would tell you that by and large, the meek are the people that we should be protecting. The meek are those that we should be protecting. The meek are the side that we should be on, right? And when you turn around and you look towards the strong people and you say the fact that they're strong justifies it, that's despicable.
So you don't hear Americans still whining and complaining about those damn British. You know, they try to take away
Because
our
we
land.
won, bro. What are you talking about? We won.
Well, we won.
And we took a shit ton of their land, too.
But shouldn't the Palestinians emulate what we did?
Win?
Emulate, yeah. Right. It was
You know
more
what
than
we
just.
did? You know what
It
we
was
were called by the British? You know what the Sons of Liberty were classified as by the British?
a lot of things.
Terrorists, bro.
Raiders, yeah.
Yeah, traitors, terrorists. Things along for those times they were called terrorists and rebels. So when you talk about, well, the Palestinians should do what they're doing and then condemn Hamas, like I agree that terrorism has no place in this world, but that's how America got independence. It's also how Ireland got independence. It's also how Vietnam got independence.
I don't know if Vietnam truly ever got its independence. After
Well, we
all,
can agree on the
20
other three,
million,
brother.
20 million innocent people were slaughtered after America left. So that's not a win.
Not
That's
for
not liberty.
humanity. I
What's
never
that?
said it was. I never said it was. It was just independent. Millions and millions of people got, slaughtered after America got independence, and or at least illegally violated in terms of slavery and in illegal violations in the Civil War and whatnot. But
Yeah. And
neither here nor
then
there.
450,000 Americans died fighting over that to set people
Hmm.
free.
But also, Vietnam is independent now, like just is. But whatever.
Well, they're a communist nation that had 20 million people slaughtered for their independence. So I don't know if you can call that independence.
If
It
it
was
ended
like,
up in independence,
no, I'm saying you can't call that independence when you had to pay 20 million innocent lives. It's not independence. It's oppression.
well, it's independence from external. But whatever. Okay, great. Do you have a point regarding Israel?
Yeah, it's been going on forever now, and
75 years.
they continue butting their heads. I've only been old enough to observe it for 50 of my years myself, and to keep pounding your head against that wall without changing your plans um,
You
is
don't think Palestine has changed their plan?
well. Yasser Arafat came to Camp David and negotiated some stuff, but yet they've already come back to where they started. So
So yeah, so they did try their plans. They've tried everything. You don't think they're creative?
Well, they're stagnated, that's for sure.
They keep losing because they've been beaten into submission. The fact that they've lost isn't a moral positive or negative.
But the saddest part to me is none of their Islamic brothers have stepped up
That's
to,
categorically untrue. Their Islamic brothers stepped up in 1948. Their Islamic brothers stepped up in 1967. Right? Unfortunately, right, the Arab nations have also been beaten into submission by and large diplomatically. That's what the Abraham Accords did.
well, but it seems like their Islamic brothers only want to kill the Jews instead of free the Palestinians, which is a whole different paradigm, wouldn't you say?
I mean, that wouldn't explain the 6,000 Jews in Iran, or something like 8,000 Jews in Iran.
Yeah, if I was Jewish, I would not live in Iran. I'd do
Well, if you
everything
were
to
an
get out.
Iranian Jew, you might want to. Can you not, like, do you have another phone or something? Can you turn off that? Oh, yeah. I don't mean to understate anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism absolutely exists throughout the Middle East, throughout the West, throughout the East. Okay? Anti-Semitism exists everywhere, and it is an issue. Israel is making anti-Semitism worse. Okay? Israel is making anti-Semitism worse. The mass exodus of Jews from the vast majority of those Arab nations happened because of Israel. Okay? And those Jewish populations lived in those areas exponentially more peacefully than they could now prior to Israel. Okay? So let's just be here, clear. I don't know who of y'all disagree with me. If you disagree with me and you're in guest request, send a comment. If you don't disagree with me, right, don't send a guest request. If you do disagree with me, send a guest request. It's crazy how that works. Hello.
Oh, that's me.
Hi.
Hi.
It
Can you hear
is?
me?
Yeah, but you might need to turn on and off your camera so that they don't kick you.
No worries. I'm fine with having my camera on too.
There we are.
Um, okay, so my disagreement, sorry, I'm walking through my house like a random person. Uh, so my disagreement comes mainly on the point that you condemn the H group. I will say H group because I think your page is very
Yep.
valuable and I want to bring no issues to it.
Yes.
So,
Well, in that spirit, I hear you. Here's what I'm going to say really quickly.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Will.
Yeah,
All my
I have
respect.
I have a British visa and I have an American citizenship.
Okay,
I would like to keep both of those, and
fair.
therefore some views I must hold legally.
Legally. Totally understood. So,
Wonderful.
100%. 100%. I'm Canadian.
Yeah.
So, I feel just that little bit more wiggle room. And also, my mother's parents came from the Netherlands in 1955 to Canada. They are survivors of the Holocaust. So, my grandparents, whom I spent most days and afternoons of my life with told me about this oppression. The same type. It all oppression is the same to some extent. So I am an agnostic atheist. Religion has nothing to do with this for me. I've been out protesting with hundreds of thousands of Canadians, and I've stood shoulder to shoulder with rabbis.
Yeah.
It's not, so that's why I, especially in regards to the ICJ and the UN's declaration that you cannot defend yourself from resistance within a territory that you occupy.
Yeah.
To me, and especially in regards to Jonathan's, I listened to Jonathan's whole conversation. And I just feel that as legal citizens and people who are taxpayers, we also have the right to use our voices to say enough is enough with their tax dollars. Of course, Canada is 10% of the population of the US, right?
Yeah.
So Canada sends about $515 million a year to Israel.
Yeah.
Obviously, the US sends a whole bucket more.
Yeah.
And I think as taxpayers, as legal working citizens, as parents, as mothers, as members of our own communities, I'm on my local school board. Like, I care about the innocent lives. Do I care about the Israeli lives? Of course I do. Of course, because all humans are humans. And Israeli publications like Haaretz have now done their investigative journalism. They have examined the accusations on every side, and they have laid out what they were able to substantiate and not able to substantiate.
Yeah.
And there was a letter, and now this is more with me now, like some of the Pan Am countries, right? Like
Yeah.
the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, they submitted a letter literally today. For me, that's the 13th. I am so sorry if it's already the 14th for friends on other continents. My apologies. It is still the 13th for us. But today, our governments submitted a letter and reiterated lies that have been completely disproven by Israeli investigative journalists.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just...
No, I agree. A lot of the claims, especially regarding October 7th, were
Yes.
propaganda by the Israeli propaganda machine. Absolutely true. That's very, very true, and we can agree on that. That's deeply, deeply unfortunate.
And
We
I
see
think
that happen.
my main point of disagreement, I heard you and understood you, is more of a legal, and I would love for you to bring up someone who authentically disagrees with you now that I understand that that's the point. So, my best, Will.
Yeah.
Peace and love from
Thank
Canada.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it and need it. Peace out. Okie dokie. Oh, what happened there? Okay. Hi. You're from Israel, would like to debate. Are you in guest request? Yes, you are. Let's get a guest request up.
I will.
Hello. Would you send a guest request to disagree on? Oh, there you are. You have to turn on and off your camera to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, I can. So let's.
You can't?
Spoke before in the past, I think, like a few months ago.
You can't turn it off and on your camera? You're gonna get kicked in like 2 seconds by TikTok.
I need live access. Okay, let's spend these 2 seconds well. I'm surprised you don't condemn the age group, but I think we can discuss something
I said
else.
I did condemn Hamas.
You know. But
There we are. See how that happened? Oh my gosh, guys. Look what shirt I have from forever ago. P28. That's crazy. Should I keep this? I feel like I can donate it. Keep on sending likes. Keep on slaying. I have this one from forever ago. Also, never worn it, but I don't really know what to do with it. I think I'll probably donate it as well. Hello. Oh God, this can certainly be donated. Hello. Are you connected? You're gonna have to turn on and off your camera. Hello. Okie dokie. Yep, I also condemn Israel, everyone. So annoying that this got this on it. It'd be great to get that on. You see this? This is a really cute sweater that I used to wear all the time. It's gone. Hello, Tariq.
Hi, bro. How are you?
Doing real well. Do you disagree with me? And what do you disagree with me on?
Okay. I'm talking from Ramallah, Palestine. If you
Okay.
have question and answer,
Do you disagree with this up here?
that fund all U.S. military until you mean the fund that U.S. give to Israel should be suspended?
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, cool. Then I appreciate you coming up. I'm
In
gonna find someone to disagree with.
I mean,
Very cool. I am, because I'm moving everyone. I am folding my laundry right now. Sorry. Hey. Send a guest request if you disagree with me. Hello, Queen. I didn't catch that he was from Palestine, TBH. But is Ramallah in the West Bank? Yeah. Yeah, Ramallah's in the West Bank. Wow. The thing is this is fundamentally a debate live. Um, so let's have him up. Let's see. Yeah, it is unfortunate. But it is. Yeah, we can get rid of this.
Yes, well,
Oh, look at that.
okay,
Hello.
I'm
Okay, if
back.
there's anything you wanted to share, you're free to. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, the U.S. military aid to Israel is always have a negative image of U.S. and people believe that without the U.S. military aid to Israel, Israel won't be able to continue alive even. This is what Palestinians believe. Uh, always, always think that Israel is bombardment to Palestinians used by American weapons, American air flights, American killed by Palestinians are killed by American bombs,
Yeah.
and this is create a lot of hatred to the U.S. policy in the Middle East in general, not to American people. We always differentiate between governments and people. I mean, normal people, as you or I have a lot of American friends, and we always discuss this. But unfortunately, victims are the people themselves in the end.
Absolutely.
But we have nothing against American people. And this should be clear that our problem always with the American policy, foreign policy toward Middle East and Palestinian rights as a human being and as any other nation. We have the right to have a state as we actually we are maybe the last people on earth without independence, and the Israeli
Well, you and the
occupation is the
Kurds,
last.
probably. But yeah.
Maybe some, but even the longest occupation ever in the 21st century.
Absolutely. Well,
Do you have any question or about the situation in general in the West Bank or anything? You might pose questions and I answer you.
no, I've done quite a lot of listening to Palestinians, and been able to ask my questions. I actually, a while ago, had the opportunity to talk to the PA ambassador. So that was, I've asked most of my questions to the people, to Palestinians before. But if you have anything last to share, you're free to. But I do then think I'm going to probably move on to someone who disagrees, to try and just have a debate, which is the main topic of the live, yeah?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. The statement that you have up there to end all U.S. military funding, especially the military funding. Yeah, I agree. That's no question about it. Actually, we always ask that.
Absolutely. Well, hey, I appreciate you.
But
I'm going to move on
yeah,
to someone who disagrees. But thank you so much.
yeah,
Good
okay,
talk.
thank you. Have a good one.
Good luck to Tariq. Thank you so much for sharing. Very cool.
Hello?
Hello, what did you send a guest request to disagree on?
Hello?
Hello. You're gonna have to turn on
Um,
and off your camera,
yeah. So I.
so it doesn't kick you.
Oh, okay. Oh, hello.
Still not loading. Turn on your camera.
Okay.
There we are, and then you can turn it off if you'd like. Just so that it doesn't kick you. It doesn't. It's really annoying
Okay.
about that.
I'm just walking my dog here. Yeah.
Great,
I'll
great,
turn
great,
it off.
great. What'd you send a guest request to disagree on?
So I just wanted to um just did a little quick googling um while the last guy was on, and I'm not sure I agree with him that if the U.S. cuts funding, that it would completely cripple um, Israel's military. I mean, it sort of said like that Israel's reliant on the U.S. entirely for its military funding, but I mean, I'm not sure I agree with that one. What's your opinion? Do you agree with that one?
I agree. Israel without American support would probably crumble militarily, but that's not just its direct funding. That's also its preferential free trade agreements, its direct intelligence integration, its recognition of intellectual property by the for the Israelis. So it's a huge series of things that add up to a huge amount of monetary um, and political benefit, right? It's the active diplomatic muscle flexing that we do for them. Um, how we got the whole Abraham Accords together was by just us flexing a series of diplomatic muscles to benefit them. So yeah, I think if America stopped doing that and started using its diplomatic force against Israel, it would really quickly crumble. But it's not as simple as just military direct funding decreasing.
Okay, that makes sense, right? Because um, Israel has a strong economy itself, and
Oh, can't see or hear you. I think you're off the app.
30.
You're still off the
Hello.
app. There we are.
Oh, sorry. Uh, they contribute about 23.4 from their own funds, billion per year to military. But you're right in terms of its uh, geopolitical positioning without the U.S. support, and especially if the U.S. Um, sort of took an oppositional stance, um, it would completely change uh, everything that Israel's able to do. I think it's speculative as to if Israel would completely be out of options at that point, but it would definitely. But are you saying that the U.S. should do that, or that they should just no longer fund? In other words, do you believe that the U.S. should reverse course entirely on Israel and take an oppositional stance, or is it more just that they shouldn't be sending as much money per year or right now as what they're sending?
It's a fair question. I'm saying at the very least, they should not be funding the war crimes directly, right? In terms of greater, like that's because that's the baseline. We should not be funding war crimes and genocide, right? Um, the secondary claims, right, are well, what should we be doing to end actively the genocide? I do think we have an obligation as a nation to work against it, but that looks like more complicated, nuanced diplomatic discussions where we say, okay, what diplomatic arms can we flex to maybe get the Arab states to establish a trustee state or something, or like close to that, right? Or withdraw diplomatic support for Israel, or get Israel to act in this way or this way or this way, using certain diplomatic arms. So yeah, it's a
Okay,
little less snappy than what's up there, you know.
right, yeah, because right, but in terms of just Israel at its core continuing um, to be a state, you know, is that something that you feel like everyone should work together to achieve as well, or do you believe that basically, uh, Israel should kind of go away and become a fully Palestinian state?
So Israel cannot continue as it is. I do not believe Israel, on its founding ideology of being an ethno state, um, deserves my support, right? Um, I don't think I can support it as it was founded by Zionists. I'm anti-Zionist proudly. Um, so I don't think the Zionist state of Israel can continue. I think in the like tactically in the meantime we can support in Israel that because it's already powerful and we can use its power hopefully to reverse some of its direct harm. But insofar as it needs to maintain an ethnostatic like theocracy that it is, no, I can't support it. So what that ultimately looks like is some form of one state solution in the area. Um, yeah, we can call it
So
Palestine, we can call it whatever we want, but
so the concept of having a Jewish state, right? So it is a state for the Jewish people. Then
yeah, no, I don't
that's a
support that
concept that you
any more than I
disagree with.
support a state for white people or a state for black people. Like,
Okay, so if if let's say a a Jewish group of Jewish people tried to establish such a thing in a different area, you'd still oppose it then.
yeah, it would be a different discussion because the arguments regarding Palestine are fundamentally different. But yeah, I am anti the establishment of an ethno state generally. Yes. I think they're a lot less problematic if it was from somewhere like Germany, where it was like if we took a bit out of Germany, maybe they deserve it, right? That's a different discussion. I don't agree with that necessarily, but I think it's just a fundamentally different discussion. But regarding Palestine, where it's forcefully taken from a native peoples um, through no fault of their own, right? It's probably notably worse.
Just out of curiosity, uh, why exactly are you against the concept of, I guess you're saying an ethno state in general, or really, I would say specifically Jewish, just because
No, I'm against
they're
all ethno states.
true. But what I would contend is that in the case of the Jewish people, it's um, a little bit unique because there's so few of them and they have a history um, of being targeted as uniquely as a group.
I mean, the Roma people were targeted. The Kurdish people are a group that have been targeted. There are lots and lots of people that have been targeted throughout history. I agree that they've been unilaterally oppressed and almost universally oppressed. Um, cool, but I don't think those things go far enough to justify, um, a genocidal ethno state. Because I
Well,
think
not,
I think
not genocidal
it's
necessarily.
solving a problem with the problem, right? So the problem fundamentally is this concept of peoples, right, kicking other peoples out of land, right? That is a racist, like primarily Eurocentric way of viewing the world, which is that nations deserve states and that we should kick people out of states to nation build around this ethnicity. That's a flawed model. Right, it's why there's violence between Pakistan and India. It's why there's violence across Cyprus. It's why there's violence across Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's a flawed model, right? Whereas previously it was much different type of ethnic battles. Um, so yeah, no, I disagree. I disagree fundamentally with like establishing an ethno state unilaterally, and I think by and large it hurts the oppressed. It will hurt whomever's outside of that ethno state more so. So, for example, we see in Israel, like outside of Israel, the state of Israel causes a lot of anti-Semitism, right? So we saw a mass exodus of Jews. We saw a mass expulsion in some cases of Jews from North Africa and from the Middle East because of Israel's action and because they said that they represented all the Jewish people, right? So, from my view, it is actually inciting and causing a lot more anti-Semitism than it is helping. So, I think solving anti-Semitism with more anti-Semitism isn't going to help.
Uh, True, but it was a place where a lot of Jewish refugees, at least coming from the war, World War II, were able to go when other countries weren't allowing them. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but I condemn those other countries for not allowing them. I don't like. I think, yeah, obviously a country existing can do good things, right? It doesn't justify the country existing as it is. If Israel was a multi-ethnic state that accepted all the indigenous people, including the Palestinians, they would be equally able to accept the Jews as refugees.
Uh-huh. Um, this is just pure ignorance right here. Like, I do not know. Are there other ethno states, or is Israel the only one, according to this definition you're bringing?
Yeah, there are other ethno-states, absolutely. Qatar, for example, is a strong ethno-state. Um, United Arab Emirates, I would consider an ethno-state. A huge amount of things would be considered an ethno-state. Yeah.
Okay, so then, okay, I sort of hear your what you're putting forward. It would be sort of a restructuring and a an approach that would sort of make the policies of the Jewish state of Israel not as Jewish centric, right? Is that what you're saying? I'm
Oh,
trying to
it's
understand.
nothing to, yeah. So the thing is, yeah, I don't think you should have a theocracy. An ethnostatic theocracy is what I'm against. Yeah. And Israel was founded in that way, right? Like you said, like Israel was founded for Jews by Jews. Like, well, kind of by Jews. It was actually a lot by evangelical Christians, but it's neither here nor there. So it was founded for Jews to be a Jewish state, and that's the issue.
Okay, got it. Okay, I just wanted to get clarify. You know, I respect your opinion. I do disagree. I have to run, but um, you know, I'm also probably not to be honest, I'm probably not fully educated enough on the issue to debate you on each point. Um, I sort of would view Zionism a little differently for the most part than a lot of people. I'm not sure if we disagree about the definition of Zionism. We may not. Um, I have like a broader definition. I don't think that there has to be a colonial and imperialist uh, nature to the concept of Zionism, or that most Zionists would consider themselves to be conquest oriented. I think that, in my opinion, that is a misnomer that is put on Zionists. Most Zionist individuals have no desire um, to be taking over more and more land from other people. Rather, it's just about um, living in having a particular state that you would definitely disagree with having, because you know, the ethno state question is a little bit different. But yeah, so I mean that's my opinion about maybe a nuance in Zionism that gets misinterpreted. Do you believe that Zionism is intrinsically conquest a
Yes.
colonial
The political Zionism
institution?
we're seeing right now. So the particular movement of Zionism that we are seeing is fundamentally imperialist and expansionist. Um, I think there exists Zionism that is not, right? Like a lot of Jews would consider themselves Zionists that drastically and utterly do not support the current Zionist project in Israel. Um, so yeah, I think Zionism can be a religious view. I think Zionism can be a particular political view, or it can be other political views. But I think the prevalent, right, um, Herzog Zionism that we see right now is fundamentally colonial and expansionist.
When you say prevalent, do you mean prevalent amongst those who identify as Zionists, or prevalent
Yeah,
amongst
yeah, I do.
governing
It's
bodies?
the no prevalent amongst those that identify as Zionists.
Okay, so I would disagree with, just as someone who basically only knows, well, I'd say like a solid 90% of my network it would be Zionist. I don't believe, I mean, you don't hear people talking about wanting to expand. That's not, it's
Colonialists
not,
don't always know they're colonialists. It's about what they do and the fundamental premises of what they're preaching. It's not always that clear, right? But when you talk about this is a longer conversation, but being expansionist and being colonialist, often you don't know that that's what you're doing. Often you don't know that that's the ideology, right? Or it's not necessarily the intent. And it sounds like I'm like gaslighting, like it sounds crazy, like oh, like, but it is true. Like I have ideologies that I don't know are colonial, right? And then we go into them. and then it's like clear that they are colonial. Um, but like some are mask off, right? Some are mask off with the settlements. Some are mask off calling for a nuke in Gaza. Like those are obvious, right? But the fundamental view that
Yeah.
maybe we don't have to go back to the 1967 borders. Maybe the Golan Heights aren't that bad. Maybe we are just defending ourselves, right? A lot of those views are fundamentally colonial and fundamentally place Jewish occupiers and their rights over Palestinian natives and their rights.
There are a lot of Zionists um, who don't agree with the settlements in the West Bank, who have no
That's what I was
interest
saying. It's a
in
minority
Gaza
of Zionists
whatsoever.
that agree with the settlements,
Yeah,
right? That's what I said.
and
Some are mask off,
right.
some are a little more hidden. But I think both of them, by and large, if we really delve deep into the ideology, are going to be colonial or imperialist in some way.
Okay. I guess the part that makes me feel uncomfortable is when the term gets used as a slur, and it they're all Zionists are painted with this sort of broad stroke brush, like they're trying to take Gaza, they're trying to take this, because I think a lot of those who identify as Zionists feel misrepresented, because we know we want peace, we perhaps would be okay with some kind of compromise, and so when the words are put into our mouths,
Yeah, but what you all
it
think
feels
is a
like
compromise is typically the bare minimum from the other side.
true, but we want to have a conversation about it at the very least. Anyhow, I appreciate you having me on, and that we can talk about this. I think it was very fair, and yeah, I think like I said, having the conversation is a really good first step. And a lot of these echo chambers that you hear on both sides, I don't think they accomplish anything. You have a live where you bring on a 7 different people who agree with you, and it just turns into bashing the other side, and then I don't know. To me,
Absolutely.
those lives, I
Yep.
feel like they're counterproductive.
Great. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I'll see you. Peace out.
Thank you. Peace.
Guys, we got a relatively big creator on here. Let's go. Hello, History Revealed. Let's see if he comes on. I've seen a few of his videos, but not that many. You're gonna get kicked by TikTok if you don't turn off and on and off your camera. Like it'll lag out. So see if you can do that. Because it is like loading, so like turn it on. I'll tell you when it turns on. It's just a TikTok glitch that's going on right now. Nope, not yet. Let's see. I'll see if I can turn it off, turn on, accept the invite. Let's see if that works. Let's see, it's still loading. Kick you. Send a request. Send a request if it does. This is just the TikTok glitch that's really deeply annoying. Oh, yep, there we are. See? Re-request. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go get my charger. Let's see if it... Nope. It's really annoying. Let's see if it can.
Right, the
It is
camera's
pretty deeply annoying because, like, I would love to be able to debate you. Oh, there we are. Okay, good, good, good.
okay.
Good. You can turn it off if you want. It's just
Great,
I'm getting it loaded.
cool. Right, so to begin, I suppose I'll just go off from what you were saying with the last. I mean, you talk about sort of Zionism, I suppose by extension, Israel being inherently expansionist. Well, I can't think of it's a strange behavior of an expansionist country that's continuously given away territory since, well, in the last 50 years, since they captured a lot of territories in the Six-Day War.
That's fascinating. So why did they leave Gaza? What was their explicit reason for leaving Gaza?
Well, that's a very long conversation, because you've got the people who think that Ariel Sharon did it because he was facing corruption charges and he did it as a distraction. and he wanted the support of the Israeli left, and that's why he did it. There's others who think that he genuinely believed that it could be a step to peace, and others who thought that he just wanted to wash his hands of the situation. Differing
Yeah, but there's
opinions.
also official government documentation saying that it was for ethnic reasons. They wanted to reduce the amount of Palestinians in integral Israeli land. And if there was a full annexation of Gaza, right, if there was any claim to full annexation of Gaza, we would get a bunch more Palestinians in integral Israeli land that would threaten the current ethno-state position, right? So
Yeah,
from my view, right, the
that's the third
Sinai,
thing.
what?
I mean, yeah, the official line is the third thing I said, to wash his hands of them.
That's a different thing than saying you want to maintain an ethnic majority.
How? Because he didn't want to have to. He didn't want to have to deal with them, and like you said, the consequences of having them as part of Israel.
Those are drastically dishonest ways of claiming. Like, you know that those are different sentences, right? Saying, right, and if we can agree, it may just be like totally misphrasing something. Saying that you want to get a portion of a country out of that country, right, because it has a minority like ethnicity in it, is drastically different than saying you want to wash your hands of it, right? Like us kicking out DC, for example, from a voting population because it has a lot of black people, right? It's very different than saying we want to wash our hands of DC. But that's fine, right? So let's just, you said, well, it's an odd behavior of their expansionist of their
I mean,
They
the
gave
Sinai.
up the Sinai. They gave up the Sinai for, they had strong diplomatic pressure to do it, and they couldn't maintain the security position in it, right?
Well,
Because of,
we disagree on that.
why do you think they gave up the Sinai? Because they're just good?
I think they thought it was a chance of peace, and I think in the understanding of
And it ended
Israel,
up working pretty well, right? They ended up
I think
getting
they got
recognized by
lucky.
Egypt.
I think they got very lucky because Egypt is a dictatorship, and had the same dictator in power for 30 years or so, Mubarak. And when Sadat was assassinated, he took over, and Mubarak decided to carry on the peace treaty. And then when Mubarak went, when Egypt became somewhat democratic, I think had Sisi not taken over, then I think the peace treaty probably would have been gone by now.
But ultimately, right, Egypt did end up recognizing Israel, and it fundamentally worked. And that's the product of diplomatic pressure. It's not the product of them, not being an expansionist power, right? They've expanded well into the West Bank with illegal settlements. They've expanded into the Sinai Peninsula. They attempted to
Just
expand into southern Lebanon,
at a
right?
time.
They are fundamentally expansionist.
No, do you know why Israel ended up taking over the West Bank in the Six-Day War? Are you familiar with the history of how it happened?
No, I'm referring to the illegal settlements post Oslo Accords.
Okay, we'll start at the beginning then. We'll move on to that. But do you know the exact history of how it ended up happening?
After the Six-Day War?
No, in the Six-Day War.
They use the exact same in the
In the Six-Day War.
they use the exact same claims they've used for everything else, right? Which is that it was in response to the Arab nations. They pushed against the Arab nations lines.
It was more than that, because when the Six-Day War began, whilst the Israeli Air Force did attack the Jordanian Air Force at first, the Jordanian front didn't open up immediately the way it did in Egypt and Syria. And Israel explicitly said to Jordan, "Don't attack us from the east, and there won't be any fighting. We want peace." And Jordan ignored that, and Jordan opened up the Eastern Front, and in the Six-Day War, attacking the West Jerusalem from East Jerusalem, and Israel counterattacked, and in the process took over Jerusalem and what is now called the West Bank.
Yeah, it was in response to the Jordanian. They were pushing back the Jordanian line. That's fine.
Right. But
what I'm saying is when we're talking about expansionism, right? You're characterizing these all. 1 second, sorry. You're characterizing these all as they are gratuitously returning land, right? That they took over in previous expansion. That's factually inaccurate.
I'm not saying it's
like up until 10 years ago. Up until 10 years ago, they were still there. Well, up until 10 years ago, they were still pushing into southern Lebanon. Right. That's the actions of an expansionist government.
They set up a security zone, and it was limited within the security zone.
Well, they pushed into southern Lebanon, and then later claimed a security zone into it. and then they
Hmm.
were pushed out of the security zone, right?
Yeah.
But you can call a territorial gain a security zone all you want, right? It's still a territorial gain, right?
The
That's
reason,
what they did in the Golan. They're doing the same thing in the Golan Heights. They're claiming that the Golan Heights are there for security and therefore to maintain works against Syria, right? But it's still occupied territory. I have no doubt in the world that Israel thinks that its expansionist goals are for its national security benefits, right? It doesn't cease to make them like expansionary. It's like America having military bases. That is an expansionary imperialist policy,
well, I
right?
completely
And it's
disagree
for our
on that.
national
Completely
security and our
disagree.
national benefit, right? But it is still expansionary and imperialist.
Oh, well, we completely, I mean, I'll move on to the military base in a second. The point about me telling you about the history of the Six-Day War was that, you know, you're saying Israel's inherently expansionist, and I'm telling you that actually that expansion needn't have happened. And if the Arab countries, well, in this case, Jordan, had not chosen to attack, none of that expansion would have happened at all.
Well, yeah,
They
but
would,
that's just that is a particular diplomatic maneuver, right? They believed that fighting that was only worth it, right? Either they get the West Bank or Jordan doesn't attack, right? That's just a diplomatic maneuver. That doesn't actually like educate your views on whether Israel wanted to expand. Clearly, they wanted to expand, or else they wouldn't have used it as a chip against Lebanon against Jordan. If they
well,
never wanted to, they never would have said, "We're going to do this and less." Right? You only threaten with things you want to do.
yeah, when you're being
It's such
threatened
a
on,
nonsense explanation.
it's not. When you're being threatened on two fronts, as Israel was in the Six-Day War, they wanted to make sure that Jordan didn't open an eastern front. So they said, "We want peace with you.
Yeah, but
Don't
your
attack
your
us, and
your
we won't
your
attack
excuse
you."
is interesting history, but it's not actually arguing what you think it's arguing. That's fascinating,
What
right?
do I
It's
think it's
fascinating to
arguing?
make that to push up that story, but it has nothing to do with whether they're expansionary. It just has to do with what they think the costs of being expansionary are. Clearly, they wanted the land and wanted to take the land, right? They were just willing not to if Jordan didn't attack, right? That's just a diplomatic tool.
No,
That's
it doesn't.
fine.
It doesn't mean they were willing to. In fact, if you again look at the history of the Six-Day War, there was lots of reluctance, even when Jordan attacked. About, for example, attacking the old city of Jerusalem, so the eastern part of Jerusalem, because they were reluctant to expand. I mean, if you look at, I mean, you know, Israel.
On what basis do you think they were reluctant to expand, right? Why are they
The,
maintaining post
the
1967 borders if they're reluctant to expand?
I mean, I'm talking about during the Six-Day War when the
No,
security.
I'm talking post 19. I'd love to answer the question. If they're reluctant to expand, why are they maintaining post 1967 borders? Why don't they even return to their previously smaller state of 1948?
Well, you
Right?
just
Like
hang on. I'll explain. I'll explain. So make clear that sort of what existed before 1967 were not borders. They were ceasefire lines. They weren't international. They were sort of, you can call them de facto borders. Effectively, they were, but they weren't internationally recognized borders in any way. It was just where the fighting stopped in 1949.
what so the official borders recognized by some people in 1948 were the ones of the partition plan. Those were official borders.
The
There were
one,
de facto borders in
right,
terms of the ceasefire agreement, and then there were de jure borders of the 1948
the
borders.
partition
I'm saying
plan
they
never
could
happened.
merely claim that no. But what America recognized and what Britain recognized, right, following
Well, well,
1948, were the de
well,
jure borders of what Israel claimed, which were the
well, Britain,
1948 borders. They were
Britain.
internationally recognized.
Well, hang on. They weren't by everyone, and like for example, Britain was one. I think it
I
was
never claimed
Britain.
they were by everyone. I referenced the Western powers that recognized them.
Well, America didn't recognize them. For example, Jordan didn't just control. Jordan annexed the West Bank. You know that.
Jordan claimed the West Bank and
No,
annexed it. Yes. Once again,
officially annexed it.
we're talking the distinction between de jure and de facto. Right. I agree there were de facto differences in who controlled that area. Right. And I'm well aware that Egypt took the Gaza Strip and
Yep.
Jordan had the West Bank,
But there's a
but
difference.
according to them, de jure.
There's a difference because Egypt didn't annex Gaza, whereas Jordan did annex the West Bank, and only Britain
I'm
and I
aware.
think right. So I think only Britain and I think
Oh,
Pakistan
you still there?
recognized. Yeah, can you hear me?
There we are.
Hello?
I didn't hear you for a second. There we are. Can you hear me? Keep
Yes.
speaking.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
There we are. I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay, good. So like I said, Britain and I think Pakistan although I'm not 100% sure if it was also Pakistan, were the only countries to recognize Jordanian annexation of the West Bank and therefore the borders. Nobody else did.
Once again, wait, no, sorry. You're just claiming something that this isn't relevant to what I'm claiming. Western powers recognized the 1948 borders that Israel claimed. Do you disagree with that?
The post war borders, so after the war finished in 1949, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
They recognized them
the
as
ones claimed by Israel. They recognized Israel as a valid state within those borders.
They did, but then the Arab countries didn't. And
that means they de jure borders. That's what international recognition means.
Okay, and?
So those were actual borders. Those weren't just ceasefire lines. They were actual de jure borders of Israel recognized internationally by certain international players.
Well,
that's what happened.
But this gets really complex.
Everything's disputed.
Okay, yes, absolutely, and welcome to the Arab-Israeli wars. Absolutely, everything is disputed.
No, I'm aware, but history revealed. You claimed that those were not de jure borders. They absolutely were by the definition of de jure borders. Your point was wrong.
I don't say they're not de jure borders, but what
I'm saying, you said they weren't quite borders. They were just ceasefire lines. That's not true. If they were internationally recognized, they are de jure borders.
But that's what I'm saying. Different people recognize them in different ways. So first of all, the Arab countries didn't recognize any of the borders at all.
Literally every border across the world, right? Bhutan doesn't recognize American borders.
I think it's the only country, though.
No, I know.
Is there another?
Right, but the point stands, right? Which is that is true of literally all of them. You said they were just ceasefire lines, right? That's not true. They were, by the actual meaning of the word, de jure borders. But I'd love to get to an actual substantive point here, history revealed. Okay, get to an actual substantive point. Israel has been expanding, right, beyond its initial independence claim. It initially claimed in the partition plan, right, just the Israeli area of the partition plan. It then expanded following 1949, right, beyond there, and then further expanded following the 1967 war, right, and then has further expanded into the West Bank, right, following the Oslo Accords, where they claimed they won it. It has illegally occupied via a blockade Gaza Strip. It has expanded into southern Lebanon, failingly, and it has expanded into the Golan Heights. How is that not fundamentally expansionist? And then further, when I talk about fundamentally being expansionist and ethnostatic, they are maintaining an ethnostate by illegally denying occupants into them. So I view on an equal footing the denial of the Nakba refugees. Right, that is equal footing as expanding into Arab lands. Right, they are maintaining a Jewish majority in this area at all means necessary in violation of international law. Those are the actions of genocidal ethnostate.
Lots of things at a time there. Lots of things. Okay, we'll work on one thing at a time. So, the blockade. I don't believe the blockade is illegal. I know lots of countries don't believe the blockade.
I mean, the ICJ has ruled it as illegal, so I'm going to go with what international law states.
I'll look it up for you, but I'm pretty sure hasn't the UN in other capacities said it is legal?
Not with their treatment of humanitarian aid. So you can blockade something if you are properly occupying it. So a blockade counts as an occupation, and the rights of the occupied must be respected. The rights of the Palestinian occupied peoples in the Gaza Strip have not been respected. So therefore it is illegal. The blockade itself is not illegal, but the blockade accounts for an occupation under international law, and they are not respecting the rights of the occupied. So that is the illegal part.
This is why I didn't want to get too down the line of international law, because so much of international law is not
classic Israel apologist.
Hardly.
I don't want to care that much about international law. Israel signed on to international law. If they didn't want to be held accountable to the International Court of Justice and the international law, they shouldn't have signed on to it. That's on them.
Let me explain. The reason is because plenty of countries who perfectly reasonably think they are going along with international law, other countries think they're not, and this is one of them. So Israel,
it's written down, bro. We can, in good faith,
it's written down, but the way it's interpreted and enforced is completely disparate and always disputed. So Israel thinks it's legal.
It's not that complicated. It's pretty clear. If you want to if we can pull out the statute, right? Like, I study law, brother. Like, we can pull out the statute and look if in really clear common law understandings, it reads that way. But I don't think there's a reasonable legal dispute here. Right? The blockade counts as an occupation pretty unilaterally. Killing of UN workers counts as a violation of international law pretty unilaterally. Killing of reporters clearly marked as media is pretty unilaterally a violation of international law. Killing of peacekeepers in southern Lebanon is pretty clearly a violation of international law. Right? There's not much ambiguity here. Israel just doesn't care. Israel literally just doesn't care.
I mean, have you tried to study the military side of this at all?
In what capacity?
So, for example, you say Israel doesn't care. Like, do you think they're dropping leaflets and making phone calls and doing to the areas that are going to be attacked for nothing?
I mean, I know the Israeli military excuses. They drop leaflets telling people to go to southern Gaza, then bomb southern Gaza. Right? That's classic excuse.
No,
if you tell people to evacuate if you tell people to evacuate somewhere, right? But some of those people are on life support. That doesn't really matter.
But that's not how war works. You don't delay an offensive because some people are on life support. Like this. But
unfortunately, international law calls for you not to bomb a hospital.
Okay, I mean, which
you don't have people on life support in many places outside of a hospital. That's why we have those rules.
Okay, which particular hospital we talk? By the way, international law also says
Indonesian hospital. Indonesian hospital. The IDF said that they bombed.
Okay, and international law also says you can't use hospitals and many other buildings as military assets the way Hamas does.
Exactly. And the UN has consistently said, specifically to Indonesian hospital, that Israel's claim that they were using them as military assets is unsubstantiated.
So, how would the UN know?
So here's how defenses work. If I unalive someone and I claim that it was in self-defense,
if that was true?
Because the evidence that Israel provided does not prove what they claimed it proved. They've falsified or denied most of the evidence Israel's provided. The point is the burden of proof is on Israel to prove their defense. If they cannot sufficiently prove their defense, the logic holds that they in fact were guilty.
No, it doesn't.
That's how defenses work. That's how defenses work. If you commit a crime, you're prima facie. If you commit a crime and are found guilty of that crime, you're prima facie guilty until you prove the defense.
There's no way that the burden of proof is always on the Western Army to prove to contradict.
No, it's nothing. It's nothing to do with West. It's nothing to do with the West.
I know, but in this case, we have a Western Army.
It's everything to do fundamentally with how the defenses work. This is how literally all defenses ever work.
What do you mean? It's literally how all defenses ever. Oh, you mean legal defense?
So the defense of self-defense in a homicide, yeah, legally, yeah. The defense of loss of control, legally. The defense of undue duress, legally. The burden of proof is on the person.
You understand that if Israel has intelligence, classified intelligence, that a certain building or whatever is being used as a military target, and then people accuse them of targeting a building that only has civilians, they're not going to just provide that classified intelligence to the world and say, look, this is how we got the intelligence. Here it is.
Well, here's the thing.
It's not
until they do, I think they committed a crime because they've consistently lied. Right? They've been found to have consistently lied about a series of things. So I don't trust the IDF in the first place, and I don't think you should trust any military occupying force. I don't think you should trust Hamas. I don't think you should trust the Russian military occupying force. I don't think you should trust the Ukrainian military. Like, none of them prima facie are trustworthy, okay? They're all propaganda machines. I think we can all agree on that, right? Until they prove something, I'm not going to believe it.
So did you
just how knowledge fundamentally works?
I'm just curious. When did you believe it when Israel uncovered the tunnels under Al Shifa that yes, okay, Hamas was using this as a military asset?
I believe the UN didn't contest that, and Amnesty International also accepted that one.
I mean, I wouldn't.
Right? So I'm gonna go by, and I don't. So the thing is, I'm not gonna have an opinion on something until I have independent media organizations verify or consider it, right? And I haven't looked specifically into Al Shifa. What?
You trust the?
I trust I trust Amnesty much more than I trust the IDF. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I trust them very differently for different reasons. Amnesty, as far as I'm concerned, has shown complete lack of any military understanding, and I'm pretty sure they don't employ ex-military officers in any capacity to actually understand war. But there you go. That's you're entitled to trust them. I don't. So, but anyway, back to what I
Cool.
was saying.
So if we're gonna run on no knowledge, we can run on no knowledge, right? And we can talk like that. But I think it's much more interesting to actually have this discussion, right? And actually have the discussion. Well, when you bomb a refugee camp, when you bomb hospitals,
Which
when you
isn't
deny
really a refugee
humanitarian aid,
camp. Tell
let's talk
everyone that.
about the
Tell everyone
most
it's not
clear.
really a
No, let's
refugee
talk about
camp.
the
It's a
most.
neighborhood of the.
One second. Let's talk about the most clear, egregious violation of international law, which was those 7 days at the beginning of this invasion, where they unilaterally cut off humanitarian aid. That is indisputably a violation of international law. It is illegal to cut off the Red Cross access to an active war zone. That is illegal. So if Israel wants to make excuses for themselves as to why they are special and don't have to follow international law, they can. But there is no good faith, normal language understanding of that statute that justifies what they did. So
Of course they.
why do you support this? What is it?
Because Hamas takes the humanitarian aid and uses it for its own purposes. You're not entitled to supply an enemy in wartime.
How does Hamas use food for its own purposes in any way that wouldn't justify the human? Actually, let's just scratch that. How does Hamas use Red Cross doctors for its own purposes?
Not the doctors necessarily, but the medical supplies. I mean,
Okay, so I'm asking about the Red Cross.
What about them?
So they cut off the Red Cross. The Red Cross is specifically a protected organization, right? The Red Cross is allowed unilateral access to war zones. The Red Cross is a UN organization and has been specifically protected in the Geneva Conventions and the UN Charter. How can you justify to me them cutting off the Red Cross access?
So you're saying you're talking about the doctors having access from, I assume, Egypt going into Gaza?
Egypt or Israel. They have an obligation to allow them in.
You have to ask them. If I had to guess, I would assume it's because they're worried Hamas would put them deliberately in harm's way, to use them as human shields, perhaps even because, as you know, Hamas uses fighters who wear.
You're just chatting shit at this point. You don't actually know, do you?
I know.
You're literally just guessing.
I just told you I don't know.
The framing of this is your.
I just
right?
told you I don't know. I would speculate that's why they're doing it.
Cool. That's
based
the
on
only
Hamas.
answer. That's the only answer I need. You don't know, right? If you can't actually tell me what the justified evidentiary basis is, right? It's a crime. I don't want your guessing because we can all guess. We could all guess.
But
right?
you're guessing it. You're guessing as well.
No, I'm not guessing. I'm talking on actual fact.
By the way, in terms of the Red Cross's behaviour, do you think they've done enough to sort of justify their neutrality?
Is the Red Cross? What do you mean?
Well, for example, they've taken heavy criticism by the hostages since they've been released.
Criticism on what basis? I would love to look into the Red Cross being unbiased or biased, right? That's interesting, but once again, the statute is very clear. No, I think there are moral qualms with the Red Cross. I agree. There are actually quite colonial moral qualms with the Red Cross. The difficult thing here is when we're talking about international law clearly takes a pretty strict position on this. Okay, which is that the Red Cross is to be allowed within war territories. And if Israel has an issue with that, right? Number one, they shouldn't have signed the charter, and number two, they should work within the UN to change it, right? I mean, but that's a separate issue. If that is literally just saying, well, Israel, right, has a political difference with the agreement they agreed to. Okay. They shouldn't have agreed to that agreement then. Well, so if we're talking about that, they have an obligation to let the Red Cross in. They violated that obligation. They are war criminals. And the blood of Palestinians that could have been saved by those Red Cross or Red Crescent workers is on their hands, shamefully.
Okay, so I'll put it to you like this. Would you complain if say Israel did let the Red Cross in then, because they're in the would you say first 7 days of the invasion? Yeah. So
would I complain if they did one less war crime?
No, I mean I'm just checking. You're referring to the first 7 days.
So specifically within the first 7 days, but they've since not fully engaged with their legal obligations regarding uninterrupted access. But yeah, the reason I'm making this argument is because it's very clear, right?
Okay,
Because
so let's
within the
so
very
let's say that,
clear first 7 days, they had a complete blockade that had to be diplomatically done. So those 7 days are so clearly and unilaterally a violation of international law.
okay, so let's say they had let them in, and the Red Cross go to, I don't know, pull their ambulance up near a certain building or
Is
whatever
this
that
just a
they're,
hypothetical that you have no evidence for actually would have happened?
well, it hasn't happened. I'm asking you. I'm
Okay,
asking
but
you.
do you have any evidence that this would have happened?
Of course, but I'll get to that when I've told you what I'm talking
Okay.
about. So they let them in, and let's say a Red Cross ambulance goes to a site where they're told there are wounded people. Now this is an active war zone. Let's say there's Hamas artillery, mortar teams, whatever it is, and an Israeli airstrike takes out the mortar teams and the Red Cross ambulance and the crew and the Red Cross crew of the ambulance. You'd be like, okay, well, Israel was targeting a military target. It's unfortunate the Red Cross people were killed. However, that is war. You'd be all right with that.
I don't know where we got to this, right? You're just trying to pivot away from the actual war crimes Israel actually did. Let's talk about something that's very real, which is what they did in Lebanon, because this actually did happen in Lebanon, right? There were UN peacekeepers and Red Cross people in southern Lebanon, right? Actively actually working against Hezbollah, right? But
That's not
Israel
true. That
killed.
is not true.
No, the peacekeepers, the explicit goal of the peacekeepers were to work against Hezbollah and stabilize the region. That is absolutely the
They've
explicit
done the
goal. If
exact
you think the
opposite.
UN was lying about that, we're not talking in fact, right? But let's talk about this for a
Do you
second,
know
right?
how they
Because
operate? Do
Israel
you know how they
did,
operate in
one
Southern
second,
Lebanon?
Israel did actually kill 34 UN peacekeepers and multiple Red Cross members and multiple members of the press at the time.
When are we
All of
talking
them,
about?
Israel claimed,
When are we talking
what?
about? When are we talking
Oh,
about?
within the past 10 years. I can get the
So
specific
since
dates
so
up at some
since
point.
since 2006, when the peacekeeping force went in, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, since
Okay,
in southern Lebanon, yes.
right. I mean,
So
you are.
it's undisputed. It's undisputed that they did kill UN peacekeepers, right? Because they've since claimed that those UN peacekeepers were in military zones. Who would have thought that peacekeepers were in military zones? The difficulty here is UN peacekeepers aren't going to act recklessly, right? They know where they can and cannot be. And by and large, that is communicated to Israel. If Israel has some belief that they are conspiring with Hezbollah, right, to act as human shields, or that they have been taken to be used as human shields by Hezbollah, right, we can have that discussion. But at no point did Israel claim that. They merely claimed that they were in war zones. And them being in war zones itself is not enough to justify killing them, right? You need to either show that they are being taken and used as human shields, right? Because then that gets sticky, or they are actively conspiring with the military force, which they were not doing, right? So no, it's not merely just being in there, right? Because they have vests on, they have radio on. Israel knows where they are. They can avoid killing them. So no, they don't have the right to kill them if they know where they are and they're not falling into those two categories. Absolutely not.
Okay, I mean, well, there's two separate things with that. So in terms of the human shield thing, I would believe it. It's quite possible, but I'm not going to pretend I know what I don't. However, what I do know is that the UN peacekeeping force. Now you're going to say Israel agreed to it, and you're right. Why they agreed to it is I do not know, because it was a completely dumb move on their part. But it's effectively given Hezbollah a green light to rearm in southern Lebanon, because they do work with the US, not US, UN peacekeeping force. And what they do is, whenever the UN peacekeeping force has to go somewhere where Hezbollah are operating, they let them know in advance, because they don't, you say they're not reckless, they don't really want to do anything. So if because they are sort of required to sort of confront Hezbollah if they have to, they're never going to. So they tell Hezbollah in advance, we're going to be here, make sure you're not there and there's no evidence that you were ever here. And what happens is they go along and say, no, nothing happened here, therefore giving international sort of sort of verification that Hezbollah is not rearming in southern Lebanon. Can we please agree that Hezbollah has rearmed and since the last war, and has fortified and has numerous military assets in southern Lebanon? Do we agree on that?
I mean, I think we could probably assume that from their offensive into Israel, right? I don't know that it's actually internationally disputed that they have rearmed in some form or fashion in southern Lebanon, because otherwise they wouldn't be able to throw missiles into Israel.
Well, the UN
But
peacekeeping
that's
force was
just
supposed to stop them doing that. The UN
But
peacekeeping forces
I don't
supposed
think
to
it's
keep them out
disputed
of
that they
southern Lebanon.
haven't, have they?
Pardon?
I don't think it's disputed that, is it at all internationally disputed that they have been unsuccessful in stopping them?
No, but I'm making the point to you
Okay,
that
then wait, then we're just like, if it's the international position that they have been unsuccessful, yeah, fine.
well, that's good. We agree on something. And in terms of would you say 34? Is
Crazy.
that over the course of 10 years?
I believe 34 is the most recent number.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to pretend I know the exact situation of each death of each UN peacekeeper, where we could say successfully were they in the vicinity of a Hezbollah target or not. Do you know?
So Israel, in all cases, claimed that they were. The
Okay.
UN said verbatim that these are 34 investigations, right? And for the vast majority of them, they've said that they had absolutely no right in self-defense to put them in, right?
The UN
And then
said that.
especially the reporters. So I know a Reuters reporter was killed, and the UN has claimed that there was like a hill that there was a sniper on, that was a Hezbollah sniper, and Reuters has disputed that. Then it's being currently investigated by the UN. So also, and finally, them being in vicinity of Hezbollah fighters does not justify killing them. So you're asking the wrong question.
Well, if they're
Whether or
collateral
not they're
damage,
in vicinity,
done.
no, but that's not what collateral damage is. You don't
Okay.
have a right to knowingly have collateral damage of UN actors.
So you're saying I'll just use a mortar team as an example. If there's a Hezbollah mortar team, Israel can't airstrike it if there's a UN soldier nearby
Well,
that could
what
be
I'm
killed
saying
by the
is,
airstrike. Is that what you're saying?
so do they know the UN members there?
Let's say they do, yeah.
Okay, then the question would be, if they are actively attacking Israel from this area, why is the UN member there? Because by
Okay.
and large, the UN member is actively going to not be in an area that would be helpful to the enemy.
Okay, fine. So
Do you see how that
that
works?
I understand.
Unless they were
It's not.
actively conspiring or were taken.
So
And those were
say
the two examples I gave you.
so say it's not active then. Say Israel anticipates an attack and preemptively strikes.
Oh yeah, if they're preemptively striking an area they know UN
No,
peacekeepers are,
no.
yeah, no, they're
Preemptively
doing
striking a
something
military
wrong
target.
that they know UN peacekeepers are at.
Yes.
Then yeah, they don't have a right to do that.
Well, no, that's not right. They do.
I mean, under international law, they don't.
I'm pretty confident that I appreciate you study it. I'm pretty confident under international law you could find plenty of lawyers who will say yes, Israel has the right to do that.
I don't think you will, because you can't kill UN peacekeepers, even in war areas. Because hear me out. What would then be the point of sending in UN peacekeepers?
Well, I agree. They're completely pointless.
Because they will always be in war areas, and so they're always going to have legal and diplomatic protections in war areas.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if you look whether
Here's the thing: unless they are acting recklessly or in collaboration. That's just how this works.
or in the case
They're
of
meant to
Lebanon, they
go in
failed
there.
at the mission.
They have to follow a set of rules, and in exchange for following those set of rules, they get protection. That's how this has to work.
Well, they failed. They failed at their mission in southern Lebanon. So
Yeah, but that's not following a
limited.
set of rules.
Okay, but
So you could fail or succeed while doing it non-recklessly.
So the point of them being there was to stop southern Lebanon effectively becoming. Do you call it a war zone? Is that what you said?
It is a war zone, southern
Well, yes,
Lebanon.
it is. Well,
Absolutely.
now it is, but since October the 7th. But in the time since the last Lebanon war.
Well, it's been a destabilized violent zone at the very least. Like there have
Yes.
been airstrikes, regardless.
Yeah, one of the reasons it's become like that is because the UN failed at their mission, and so I don't think you could say to
Cool,
Israel.
but that doesn't get rid of diplomatic protection.
Well, you talked about recklessness and
But that's
collusion.
not recklessness. Failing isn't recklessness.
It puts you in the position to be reckless, doesn't it? Because if you fail to stop the
No.
region, southern Lebanon rearming, then yes, there will be more military targets for Israel, and therefore your soldiers, the UN soldiers, are more likely to become collateral damage.
Being more likely to be a victim of a war crime doesn't make you doesn't make the perpetrator not guilty of a war crime.
What do you mean?
So I'll try and phrase this. The fact that they failed their mission does not justify them losing their diplomatic status.
I'm not
As
saying
long
it.
as they have their diplomatic status and Israel knows where they are, killing them will be a war crime.
So do you think Israel wasn't trying to? I mean, okay. I mean, we clearly disagree on that. I'm pretty confident that I could find you something that says actually you can strike, in this case, a Hezbollah target, even if it kills a UN peacekeeper. But put that to one side. Like, do you think that Israel deliberately tried to kill them?
I think Israel doesn't care that much.
Okay.
You don't need to be deliberate. I think Israel is fundamentally reckless.
Okay. Well, you
I
appreciate
think in
that.
some cases they are deliberately throwing off international law, right? But whether they're doing it to say an FU to the UN, right, or to appease some Western supporters that also don't like the UN or something like that, that's neither here nor there. That kind of has to do with the politics of the given politician. But I think it's consistent. It's consistent UN policy, or it's consistent Israeli policy to not really care what the international community says by and large, and to kind of throw away their UN obligations. They explicitly called the UN, anti-Semitic and a failure.
No,
And
we
they
agree.
said they didn't really care what the UN said.
We agree, but for different
But
reasons. I agree that they don't care, and I don't think given the UN's track record, I don't really think they should care in terms of the
sucks to
question.
suck, then leave. But I will hold them
And I
accountable
agree.
to the things they sign until they leave.
Okay, but then in the way it's sort of so unevenly enforced. I mean, we could go into a whole conversation about the UN and the.
I mean, it's not enforced in Israel. When was the last time an Israeli was actually either detained or put through a proper military trial in the UN?
Okay, fair enough. I'm talking to a lawyer. Enforced was the wrong term.
Yeah, no, it was literally never. The thing is Rwandans were enforced, Bosnian Herzegovinians were enforced, Kosovoans were enforced, Sudanese were enforced. It's enforced on the global south. Right? People from Paraguay, Venezuela were enforced, right? It's enforced on the global south. It is never enforced on Israel. So
I'm pretty
no, I
sure
totally disagree that enforcement. If you want to complain
apart from
about the
Sudan, just
UN
tell me
bitching
quickly
and moaning, you can do that, but it was never enforced on Israel, and it's never enforced on America.
apart from Sudan, am I right in saying that all of those were enforced after either regime change or military victory of an outside power? So
So that's interesting. So it happened in South Sudan.
Bosnia was enforced
Depends
because
what you count as a regime change.
so Bosnia, for example, was enforced because NATO went in and defeated Serbia.
Yeah, same thing with Kosovo.
Right, exactly.
Well, Kosovo was enforced
And
because they went in and defeated Serbia.
So Rwanda was regime change. So the Hutus obviously did what they did to the Tutsis. However, the Tutsis won the civil war, and there was regime change.
Yeah. So,
Right.
like by and large, we can talk about an enforcement of the ICC, right? But it does benefit the powerful. I agree.
I suppose, yeah, Western or non-Western, that's probably true. Yeah. I wouldn't really count
So in
Israel.
terms of, but the thing is the whole point is that I would count Israel as a Western power, at least politically.
That's what I was going to say.
They sing in Eurovision.
That's true. I mean, that's the gold standard of Western power.
It kind of is. I mean, Australia sings in Eurovision.
I know.
It kind of is accurate, but
I know New Zealand's the only one left, and then the whole of the West's in Eurovision.
Right? No, just kidding. But
no.
Yeah,
The point.
A little close.
Yeah, I mean, the point I was going to make. Actually, I don't think. If I really shouldn't have said the word enforce. I think sort of targeted is perhaps a better term. I mean, like, do we agree the Human Rights Council is a disgrace?
The Human Rights Council is a disgrace.
UN
I think it's less of a disgrace than Israel.
Okay, disagreement.
I think everything has its issues.
Okay, fair enough. I think it's sort of. I understand everything has its issues and there's trade-offs. I think it's completely sort of beyond redemption. But
We could ask why it's not beyond redemption. We could ask why maybe if it's beyond redemption in benefit or in hurt of Israel, right? But I don't really
How
care
could
about like the
possibly be?
institutions necessarily. I'm talking more about like literally the pieces of paper, right, that they have signed, and it becomes very difficult to defend Israel when you look at the pieces of paper they've signed, the human rights they've recognized, and how they've denied them, right? Like we could move even to the Nakba refugees. They have clearly denied the Nakba refugees the right of return, and they have done so for quite genocidal reasons because they
What?
want to deny Palestinians re-entry into their area. They've explicitly said, and I believe their exit of Gaza is very similar. They left Gaza because they never wanted to give Palestinian Gazans the idea, the fallacy, that they would ever have a chance in voting in Israeli elections, right? Similarly, they're denying Nakba refugees their human right to return to their homeland, right, which they were kicked out of in wartime, um, simply because they are Palestinians.
I mean, we could get into a whole different historical. If you want to do it, that's fine. But like the whole different historical discussion of the Nakba,
We could talk about the Nakba.
right? Because certainly there were many Arab refugees, but then who created them? And I personally don't. I personally don't
I
think
don't.
that.
The thing is, it doesn't matter who created them.
Okay, they're not going to let them. They're not going to let them back in until there's any sort of final settlement, and then it would be on the future Palestinian state to take.
No, it would be no, no, no. It's not. The way the right of return works is that when there stops being active military involvement in the area, the people that had to leave because of active military involvement from either side, right, have the right to return.
But I mean, the whole place was active military for the next God knows how many years. It's not like the war ended and then it was
Exactly,
quiet.
but all of Israel isn't active military anymore, right? And many of the taken territories in that war of independence, right,
Mm.
is not now active military, and those people that were kicked out during that time, either by the Israelis or by the Arabs, right, have the right to return.
You
If
think
your
even
claim is if your claim is the Arab nations told them to leave, right, or forced them out themselves because of their violent actions, cool, they still have the right to return because they left under duress in military occupation.
even though the Arab countries invaded, even though sort of they started the war, Israel's expected to take them back? I don't think so. I mean,
Israel has the obligation to take them back now that they control the territory. The whole point
I
is
think
that the people come with the territory, and you can't, just because you took it violently in war, just because you won a war, doesn't mean that you don't, can take the territory
okay,
yourself.
but okay. Realistically, in what other circumstances has so many people fled a country, fled a war zone, and between enemies, and they've come back after the war? Well,
The
sorry,
Jews
I
in Germany,
was going to say after the war because the
the
war.
Jews in Germany, the
Well,
Jews
the
in
war
France,
well,
the Jews in Spain,
they finished. The war finished.
they
That's what I'm
returned.
saying. No, but the war. Okay, but
But
there's
no,
no.
but the war finished as well. The war in 1948 finished in 1949, right? And a
There was
lot
a
of those areas
hang
are
on.
not
Well, that's
active
not
war
true.
zones anymore.
There was a
And the
ceasefire
thing
in
is
1949. The war did not finish.
no, what I'm saying is that they're not active war zones anymore. Okay. The war of 1948 is different than the 6 Days War. If it wasn't, it wouldn't be called the Six
I'm
Days
not
War,
even
by
talking
the way.
about the Six Day War. I'm talking about sort of the what happened in the years leading up to the Six Day War. There were constant
No,
there
no,
were
no, I'm
constant
aware,
red
but the war did
areas.
finish prior to now.
The Independence War finished prior to now.
Yes.
Okay, but they're still, like I say, they're still not going to take them from what is effectively an enemy population.
Oh, but it effectively is drastically different. The important
Okay, what
part,
is an enemy
right, is
population?
you asked for an example,
Yeah,
right?
and you gave me the Jews of Germany,
That's
which
an
is not
example. The
it's not
Jews that were kicked
comparable.
out of Germany, France, and Spain, right, are now returning.
Yeah, but the Jews
Okay,
of
that
Germany,
happened. If you want to say that all Palestinians are the enemy, all Arabs are the enemy, right? I don't think you're going to want to argue with me, who is claiming that Israel is a racist ethno state. Because we're going to be in agreement if you're going to make the statement that Israel just thinks all Arabs are the enemy.
well, I think the Arabs are quite happy to define themselves as Israel's enemy.
But Arabic nation or Arab nations and Arabic people or Arab people drastically different. And the
Okay, the
idea that
people.
the Nakba refugees, the people that were forcefully kicked out of their homes,
Hmm.
are going to be the Arab of their, or are going to be the enemy of their own of their own homeland, right? I think that's fundamentally racist. The idea that just because, right, they are Arab or because they are Palestinian means that they're going to be violent and means that they're going to be enemies. It's nonsense. And even so, if they were, their ideologies, their views on Israel do not change their human rights. You see how you have just argued that a person's ethnicity and a person's political ideology denies them their human rights, and that is a backbone of Israeli foreign policy?
Not at all. Like I
That is,
said.
it is. It is. You just said because they are of a race, of an ethnicity that is currently, right, composing a lot of governments that are their enemies, we're going to deny them their human rights.
It's nothing to do with the fact that their ethnicity or what was the other thing you said?
What are
Religion.
you describing them as their enemy for?
Well, because
Why are they
it's
the enemy? What is the defining characteristic of them being the enemy?
someone who wants to fight you.
But no, but how do you know that of all the Nakba refugees? What is the
Well, first,
defining characteristic of the
there's not
Nakba
there's not there's not
refugees? You don't actually ask all the Nakba refugees,
there's
right,
not
what they
many.
believe. You've
There's,
assumed that. Why?
why? Because that's the prevalent attitude in the region. That's the prevalent attitude amongst almost every population. That Did you dispute that?
Do I dispute that they all want the terroristic attacks on Israel?
I mean, you mean October the 7th, or just in general?
That they would commit violence personally against Israel if they were returned to their homeland.
First of all, do you know how many of them are left?
And the question is then, why do you accept Arab Jews?
What do you mean?
Israel accepts Arab Jews. They accept Mizrahi Jews.
Okay, so
From Jordan, and Lebanon, and Syria, and Iran. So you're saying people who
Iran's
have
not
a
Arab again.
historical and one second. You're saying that people who have a historical and hereditary right of return from 1 or 0 generations ago, they're the enemy. They're Palestinian. But the ones who are Jewish, who don't even have to have that historical right of return, that claim to it, not the enemy, they have the immediate right to return. So the only distinction you're making between the Mizrahi Jews and the Palestinian people, Nakba refugees, what's the only difference?
Well, I'll tell you, if the Mizrahi Jews had similar prevailing attitudes to the Arab and Muslim world regarding Israel, I'm fairly confident Israel would have made laws preventing them immigrating there. Given they don't, and given they haven't, they've been fine to immigrate.
So you're making assumptions and violating people's international rights because of attitudes within their racial group?
Racial group. I mean, the Arabs cover so many people. It's nothing to do with
Ethnic
ethnicity.
group. It is absolutely to do with
Oh,
ethnicity. You're literally just saying the prevailing
within the
attitude
general
in all
population.
of the
Yeah.
Arab areas. Also, hear me out. A lot of the Mizrahi Jews are Arab and ethnically Arab. So the thing is
I'd say
you're
the other way
literally just
around.
saying Jews, they're okay. Palestinians, they're not okay.
It's Israel's
No, sir.
prerogative.
Yeah, and it's a racist prerogative, and you're supporting it.
It's not a racist prerogative.
It is a fundamentally
natural
genocidal prerogative. Absolutely, it is. I don't think you've aptly defended this, right? You've literally said, right? No, they shouldn't have to respect international law, right? Because Arabs are a security threat.
Okay, like I said, I don't want to have the whole conversation about international law. If you want me to do the research and I'll come back another time, that's great. But in terms of the disputes around sort of refugees and international law, we can't be having that. In terms of the practical application,
Because you're wrong. I mean, you have no argument. That's fine. If you don't think you're up for that argument, I think that's just what you just said, just tacitly. If you don't think you know the argument for why Israel claims that they don't have to respect the Nakba refugees, I'll make it clear. They have no international argument for it. Zero. They are wrong. Nakba refugees have the right of return, right? But what's more interesting is why do they not want to? Right? Why do they not want indigenous people in the state they claim to be for the indigenous Jews? Well, it's because it's not for indigenous people. Israel's not for indigenous people. Israel is for Jews that they claim to be indigenous on a horrible, shaky background, but that's neither here nor there.
We completely
So yeah,
disagree.
you're not going to win the knock for refugee argument, right? Because either you don't know the international law and you're also wrong on it, right? But what's more interesting is the why, and I'd love to have that discussion. Why do you think Israel is not denying it? You think it's for security reasons, and I then ask you about Mizrahi Jews, right? They're also Arab. Does your racism apply there?
They're not. They're clearly not a security threat. They let
Do
them
they
in.
do a security background? Wait, but what they could do? These are people, right? They're not just their race or their
Yep.
ethnicity or their religion. These are people.
Right.
You can do a security background check on all these people, just like they do for Jews coming in.
Okay.
Why do you fundamentally view a Palestinian as more dangerous than a Jew?
Okay, we need to live in reality. We know what the prevailing attitudes are, and even if one has never committed a crime, or at least has a record of one, I don't know how exactly you would find out, especially if they're from an Arab country. But it's very clear. You know, the attitudes are very hostile from the Arabs, whereas they're not from the Jews. And look at it. How many terrorist attacks have Mizrahi Jews committed against Israel since they emigrated there?
The difficulty here is, right, is
Have
that
they?
the
Have they
reason
committed
that
any?
these attitudes maintain, why, the difficulty here is the reason these attitudes maintain is precisely the issue that we're trying to solve here. The reason Arabs don't like Israel is because Israel is being racist to them in the same way you are.
In the same,
It's a
okay.
nasty cycle. It's a nasty cycle.
The just the
It's a nasty cycle where someone violates, oppresses, and brutalizes a people. Those peoples then have a disdain, some of which that disdain is unjustified, right? A disdain against a people simply because they are a certain race is always unjustified. But it builds a disdain in that people. And then they say, oh, well, you don't get your human rights because you have this disdain, because some of you are violently disdainful of us.
okay.
You
I
see
don't
how
know when.
circular that is? The
No,
first step to
not at all.
healing, right, would be for you to stop being racist and accept them, respect their human rights. And we don't even need to talk about the security issues, right? You can persecute terrorists within your own land, right? But people are not guilty merely because their parents were Palestinian.
Hang on. Well, one thing at a time. So it's not circular at all. Sort of the Islamic hatred of Jews and persecution of Jews goes back long before Israel, centuries. It
But
goes
there's
back
a
a very
reason there
long way.
was a mass exodus of Jews from northern Africa, the Middle East, etc., during the foundation of Israel, because Israel and Zionists drastically increased it.
How did they drastically increase it based on, I mean, let's take Egypt for example. So I don't see how Israel's responsible for Arabs in Egypt deciding that the Jews who, I mean, have a presence predating Islam are now fair game because of what's happening in the neighboring country.
Not fair game, just not as welcome. When Israel claims to represent all Jews and then commits horrendous war crimes against people, mainly on the basis that they're Arab or Islamic, right? There's going to be a push against Jewish people within the area. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm saying that Israel is contributing to anti-Semitism, and purposefully. Israel fundamentally builds itself on anti-Semitism
Well,
because it requires anti-Semitism to justify its own existence.
aren't you justifying bigotry there?
No, I explicitly said it was not justified. I said it was expected. They caused it, right? We
How
need to
not?
live in reality. Hate
How could
against
it be expected?
the peoples will cause the peoples to hate the others, and
I mean,
governments and peoples will be conflated. And I'm not saying they should be conflated, but I'm saying they will be. So when a government claims to be their peoples and claims to be all Jewish people, I don't agree with them. I think that's one of the most anti-Semitic things you can do.
so you think they
But we just have
shouldn't
to
have?
live in reality and say we will look on them, and some of them will take that as some people will take that at face value.
So by saying they're a home for the Jewish people, that means Jews become. I mean, okay, fine, you don't think it's right, but you think that that makes Jews
No,
targets.
not saying they're a home for the Jewish people. That's not what I have an issue with.
Okay, you
Saying
said
that they speak for the Jewish people. that they are the Jewish nation.
Sorry. Well, okay. But they are the Jewish. They are the Jewish nation. They are the Jewish state.
They do not speak for all Jewish people.
Okay. I don't think any Israeli prime minister or whatever has ever said, "I speak for all
They
Jewish people
absolutely
all around the
represent
world."
Jewish people. They absolutely represent Jewish interests consistently, right? But my issue also is them saying, "Look, we are doing this in the name of the Jews."
Well, yeah,
Look at their flag, bro. They got the Star of David on there, a symbol of peace of the Jews. And
yeah. They
when you
have a
bring a
Jewish.
flag,
They have
you
a
bring a
Jewish symbol
flag
on the flag of a
representing a
Jewish
Jewish
country. That's not
symbol,
surprising.
right? When you represent a Jewish symbol on your
Hmm.
flag, and then you go commit heinous war crimes, that's going to get hate against those people. Once again, not justified, but that's what's going to do. I don't see how you could describe it any other way.
What? Because they've got. So does that mean that sort of let's say let's take Egypt again. The persecution of Jews in Egypt post 1948, by your logic, again you don't agree with it, but it's only natural, would have led to more persecution of the Arab Israelis who were living in Israel in post
And it
1948.
absolutely did. That's why we saw an exodus within Morocco. That's why we saw an exodus in Mauritania. That's why we saw an exodus in Libya. Like we saw it in a huge series of places. Absolutely.
No, exodus of Jews.
Yes.
No, I'm saying the other way round. So I'm saying that the persecution that Jews suffered in Arab countries would naturally would create more hostility towards Muslim Arabs in this case,
Oh,
in
yes.
Israel.
Oh,
I don't think it made
absolutely
any
it does. Yeah.
difference whatsoever.
Really? You don't think that the whole entire foundation of Israel is based on them responding to persecution they've had?
No, not talking about the foundation of Israel. I'm talking about the situation of the Arab Israelis post.
No.
Because you're saying that sort of the persecution of Jews is not justifiable, but it was expected based on the way Israel was acting.
Yes, and then wait, yeah. So this is
So
interesting.
what? So what?
So
So what I'm saying,
Israel on its whole foundation, is founded on this exact same type of response, right? They say we needed to get out of Europe because look how the Europeans treated us,
okay,
right? And they don't trust the Europeans.
right.
They need to get out of the Middle East because look at how the Middle East treated us. They don't trust the Middle East. We need to get out of North and South and Sub-Saharan Africa because look how Sub-Saharan Africa treated us. All of the anti-Semitism justified them distrusting the other nations to protect them. In the
Right.
exact same way that Israel mistreating, right, the Arabs and Muslims is being used as justification, right, to distrust the Jewish people. Totally unjustified, right? But it is extraordinarily natural when you have ethno-states and ethno-religious states acting as a bulwark for a given people. That's why I'm against ethno-states.
I mean,
Okay.
you do understand. You
That's
do
why I'm against
understand.
ethno-states. That's why I'm against theocracies. Because ultimately, when you split people up, and then there is tension against those people, if we start drawing the lines, not around the governments, but around the peoples, you get inter-peoples violence, and that's disgusting, and that's what terrorism is.
Okay, but
So yeah, that's my view, is that the Zionists, in conflating the Jewish peoples with a particular political process and a particular political state, have done
yeah.
so much more damage to the Jewish tradition than most anything else.
So just stay on the ethno state for a thing. So you don't. I mean, you can disagree. You can disagree with them. I think it's. I think they're neither here nor there. I think they're a pretty natural thing. But as long as sort of the minority are respected, sort of the non-dominant ethnic group, what's the problem?
What's the problem with an ethno state is that they require ethnic cleansing to maintain them when they're threatened.
Okay, if the rights of everyone are respected, what's the problem?
Wait, but you can't maintain an ethno state. That's the problem.
Well, hang on.
They
So put.
cease to exist. Wait, but if they there is
Mhm.
natural effects that will make them cease to exist, right? If one this is what let's talk what I know, right? Some of my ancestors are Irish, and let's talk about
Mhm.
Ireland, right?
Yeah.
There are natural effects that will lead to Northern Ireland ceasing to be a Protestant area, right? Which is that
Mhm.
the Catholics, by and large, have a lot more children. Okay.
Yes.
And if that was an unregulated ethno-state, what we would see is the powerful Protestants using their power to maintain the Protestant majority. And what that
Okay.
looks like is genocide, right? We have a reduction in they do something like sterilizing people, right? They stick to something like mass exodus, kicking people out, or direct like unaliving people,
So
right?
you're saying this
So
could
the problem
not
with
that it could.
ethnostates is when it becomes a tradition, you need to maintain the ethnostate. And it's the maintenance of the ethnostate from natural challenges that's the issue, and that becomes the worst thing that we've seen humanity do, which is ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Okay, but you understand that sort of that. First of all, you're saying that would happen in Northern Ireland.
So Northern Ireland's a little special because I think Northern Ireland specifically ceased to be an ethno-state following the Good Friday Agreement. The Good Friday Agreement artificially enforced international law upon it, and is more so a protective state for Protestants, but
Well,
doesn't enforce
yes,
Protestant rule.
and
But
also not every Catholic. I don't know what you've been taught where you are, but like not every Catholic actually wants a united Ireland. Many of them are perfectly content to stay part of the UK.
yeah, not every Protestant wants to stay part of the UK. Yeah, no one's saying an ethno-state means that all people of one ethnicity agree. That's not necessary, right? It's just a general way of understanding yourself as a country, which is to be for certain peoples. And the if the country understands themselves to be for a certain peoples, and then there's a very natural threat to that, right? You're going to have really disgusting actions to maintain it as an ethno state, and those are my issues.
So do you think Israel having a sort of the right? You think the right of return is a disgusting action in Israel's right of return?
Yeah, I do. Not because of what it includes, but because of what it excludes.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, we've got completely different understandings of what makes a nation and what doesn't. I think it's fine in the same way I think it's fine that Estonia has similar laws as does Germany for its sort of ethnic diaspora. I don't see that as a problem. And
But it doesn't just apply to one ethnicity. It applies to Jews as well, actually, in Germany. That's the difference. Is a lot of this is interesting because it is the European
it's true,
tradition.
but it's pretty much only two ethnicities though in Germany. You're right. Yes, it does apply to Jews, but it's pretty much just Jews and sort of non-Jewish ethnic Germans. It doesn't really apply to anyone else.
Because not a whole lot of other people have claim to that area, right?
Right.
We can talk about indigeneity, right? We can talk about indigeneity, and we can talk about giving indigenous people land by and large. But it's if you understand yourself, right, to be a melting pot like America does, or like Spain does, for example, you have a very different relationship
Oh,
with
I
being
mean,
an ethno state.
by the way,
And I
lots
also
of people
do
in America
disagree
don't think
with the
America should be a
racist
melting
policies
pot.
that are ingrained into the European ethno state. I don't agree with Germany doing that. I don't agree with how England does it. But I think that's
England,
that point, and
the UK,
I
I've
think you never
seen.
really responded to that. How you do maintain an ethno state without eventually having to do some genocidal actions? I don't think there's any point to that.
Because I don't think that fundamentally I don't think they're going to do it. I think sort of the peaceful ways they have, well, Israel has of wanting to be a Jewish state, which means, and it was said from the beginning, yes, we want Jewish people from around the world to move here. I don't see there's anything wrong with that, and Israel's
But
not done
the
it,
problem is what it necessitated. The Nakba, for example, which will get us back on that
which
point,
was caused by the Arabs. It didn't need to happen.
because they drew away. But there's a huge amount of things here,
The
But
reason that's so
the
important.
thing
Hang
is
on a
Israel is
second.
the case study of a
One
living
second. The
ethno
reason that's
state,
so
but so is
important.
Bosnia and Herzegovina.
The reason that's so important is because all of it could have been avoided. Every single Arab who fled, all could have stayed. Israel never had any intention to kick them out. It said so in its Declaration of Independence. It said, we want you to be equal citizens of this country. And if they'd accepted the partition agreement, that's exactly what would have happened. If the other Arab nations hadn't invaded, that's
Yeah, but the
exactly what would
partition
have happened.
agreement would that's just establishing the ethno state, right? But what happens once Arabs start having a higher birth rate? What happens once Arabs start claiming citizenship or start claiming that they are
They have
indigenous?
citizenship.
No, sorry, I meant when they start claiming they're indigenous, which they absolutely are. What happens when they start moving there for work or they become economically empowered in the area, right? What happens when maintaining an ethnic majority becomes naturally impossible? You have to see that this is the obvious issue, right? Is it necessitates settler colonialism. You can say, okay, them pulling in a bunch of settlers, that's okay, right? But necessarily, if Israel pulls in, 20 times its population of settlers, you're going to see two very different states. You're going to see say they accepted the partition plan, then they would
Yeah.
have a Palestine and an Israel. If the Israel took in 20 million people and the Palestine took in no people, right? You would see a massively powerful country next to a massively non-powerful country.
We see a populated
This
country.
massively non-powerful country has a bunch of resources that they want. They're going to take them. There's an issue here, which is when mass immigration is the survival tactic of your ethno-state, right? Mass immigration will lead to conflict because they will be pushed into a teeny area. The ethno-states necessitate either direct violence. Oh, shoot. Can you hear me?
Yeah, the mic went a bit weird.
Still, though, you're good. You can still hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. It's just that either it requires mass exodus, genocidal actions, or mass settler migration, which will displace the other natives that have existed there, right? Because settler migration requires natives to be displaced.
Okay, we're really getting on. I think your problem is actually not with ethno states; it's with nation states. Full stop.
Not necessarily, because where you draw the line between I do have an issue with the nation state as a whole, yes, but ethno states are just the peak of nation states.
Well, but exactly the same
could apply to nation states as a whole, yes, and I'm a leftist after all. I agree that nation states are a flawed Eurocentric idea.
Right. Okay, fine. Fair. I mean, we've just each thing we talk about just gets broader and broader. But I mean, like the exact same standards could apply. Let's say, I mean, the Cold War's obviously over, but let's say sort of people were fleeing from East Germany to West Germany. Now, as it happens, most of the people who fled East Germany did so because they didn't like communism, not because they did like it. We agree on that?
This is hypothetical, yes?
Yeah. Yes.
So,
No,
then I hear your hypothetical.
It's a hypothetical scenario. However, in the real world, when the Cold War was going on, the people fleeing East Germany didn't like communism. Okay. Right. So let's say sort of Cold War didn't end, but for whatever reason, let's say it's, I don't know, there's a natural disaster or something. Lots of East Germans who are in favor of communism start to move to West Germany. There's a very good chance, and not from a sort of ethno-state point of view, but based on the sort of similar lines of what you're talking about, in order to maintain sort of the nation state that it had created, West Germany, they would seek to keep those communists out from moving in. And it's perfectly natural that they would do that.
Wait, they want to keep the communists out. Why again? Sorry.
So they don't vote communism into West Germany.
Okay, so they don't want people into there. Like the thing is if you apply this to any other policy, it becomes problematic, right? Do we want to deny voting rights to current citizens because they might vote communist, right? Do we want to deny people the right to have a child because their children might vote communist? Do we want to kill the communists, right? And all I view is, this is genuinely how I view it, limiting people's free movement, right, is just another violation of their rights.
Okay, well, yeah, completely disagree on that. I mean,
but if you violate any other rights on this justification, it's not enough. So I don't think violating their rights on this justification for free movement is enough either. That's gonna be my answer.
Okay, but the nation, as we know, sort of nation states exist, and sometimes they're keen on free movement, and often I'd say more often than not, they're very keen on there not being free movement because they want to keep certain people out and other people in. Like that's perfectly, I think that's a perfectly natural thing to do.
Womp, there we are. My mic disconnected. It can be a perfectly natural thing to do and be a perfectly racist thing to do as well. Or a perfectly, ideological thing to do. That's nonsense, right? Why should communists have less of a right to enter than a non-communist? I don't know.
Well, okay, I think sort of if this sort of hypothetical West Germany wants to maintain itself, yes, it will. It will say non-communists have a greater right than communists do.
Yeah, and I know, and that's prejudicial. And
Okay,
that's fundamentally against like pretty
and
much all values I would hold. Yeah, it's just prejudicial. And in what you're justifying here is specifically Palestinians versus Jews, right? So you're saying, well, if the Jewish state wants to maintain itself, well, then yeah, it's going to say that that Palestinians have less rights than Jews.
I'm saying it's non-citizens. Yes, it would say has less rights.
But there's no distinction.
Do you know how many?
If
Do you know how many?
Palestinians are inclined to vote, right, in a way that you don't like, you're saying, or a way that might threaten the current state of Israel as it stands, or the current fundamental principles of Israel, right? You literally just said, right, literally on the basis of just the fact that they might ideologically disagree, taking their voting rights might be justified, or
No, not
taking the
taking
rights
their
of some
voting
form
rights,
might be justified,
preventing them
or
from
taking
coming in the
specific
first
actions
place.
against their children who move away, or them who move away and have children, right? Like
No, specifically the
it's
people
just
who are
the.
not there. No, specifically the people who are not there. The Arab Israelis who are there and who are citizens. No one has the right to take their rights away.
But you know that
They're
those are
part of it.
constructs just as much as anything else.
What do you mean they're constructs?
It's arbitrary whether they're there or not, right? We're talking about why why we don't want them to have a vote in the first place. And you're thinking we can
No,
at least limit people's political power, right? On the basis of their ethnicity or race. I think that's gross.
okay, because you don't agree with ethno states.
Yeah, I think if America started limiting the political power or the immigration of people because they are black or because they are brown, right? I would have an issue with that. I often accuse America of not letting Mexicans in, but letting Europeans in all they want, right? And that is
Okay, I mean,
fundamentally racist.
well, I disagree. I think it's
Immigration policies can still be racist.
no, well, I completely disagree. I think it's perfectly natural that America or the UK or well, let's take loud noise there. America would want people from a richer country, from a more stable country, from whichever. I mean, depends where in Europe, of course, because not all of Europe's the same. I mean, Moldova, for example, is not on the level of the UK, France, or Switzerland.
But you would probably have a better chance coming from Romania or
Remain
somewhere
okay.
like that, or
Well, countries,
or Latvia or Lithuania than you
but
would
good
coming from
countries.
Mexico, even though they're
Yeah.
roughly pretty similar in terms of GDP per capita, right?
Well,
Is
okay,
you're
but then
literally the literal only difference is one is white and one is typically brown, right? And you're saying, okay, America can be
no.
racist if they want to. That's their prerogative.
I mean, I personally wouldn't prioritize Latvians over Swiss or French or German people. I would give
Yeah,
them
they're all
higher
white.
priority.
All you are is
Pardon?
racist, not elitist.
What do you mean? It doesn't matter what their race is. Like you could put Singapore at the top level as well, or put South
What I'm
Korea.
saying, why I'm pointing to Latvia or Romania is because they're relatively poorer Europeans that have a similar GDP per capita than Mexico, right?
Okay,
And
but
what I'm saying is the real difference is
that's true. One
whether they're
second, one
white.
second.
If you want to pull out your model minority, you're free to do that.
It's true that there's sort of the GDP sort of economically they're the same, but in terms of the culture of the country, like for example, Latvia and
You think
Lithuania are
Romanians mesh more into a country where the second most spoken language is Spanish?
what, in America.
Yeah.
Hang on, what I was about to say is Latvia and Lithuania are significantly less violent countries than Mexico. And so if Americans were worried about importing violence, then they would prioritize Latvians and Lithuanians over
You
Mexicans.
realize that Mexican immigrants are less violent than American citizens, right?
I'm not talking about the individual immigrants, I'm talking about the country profile.
No, but I'm talking about the immigration status. Immigrants are less likely to commit crimes if you control for income than American citizens.
Okay, we weren't talking about income, fine.
I was controlling for income, so you want to make very clear on my point, because
I, I
that's
thought I
just a
thought you
statistic.
I thought you
So
wanted I
no,
thought you
this
wanted
isn't about
open
security.
open borders.
You're just being racist.
How on earth is that racist? I mean, do you know
Because
there are
when you
white
import
Mexicans?
Mexicans, you don't import violence.
I'm saying that if
You actually
America
import peace.
okay, I'm saying that, I mean, of course, it depends when they came. Like the violence now in Mexico is far worse than it was, let's say, 30 years ago
But it
when.
still maintains that when you import Mexicans, you don't import violence. They are less
Okay,
violent than the American
okay.
citizens.
Okay, I mean, like for example, someone just mentioned Albania in the comments. Sort of in the UK, we have unfortunately imported a lot of violence from a European country, Albania. We took a lot of Albanians in, and unfortunately, a lot of them are involved in organized crime. And it's only natural that we will prioritize a less violent country.
Your point with Mexico doesn't hold. And the reason I pointed to Mexico was precisely that reason, right? You can make this argument less violent, less not violent, but with Mexico, it doesn't actually make sense. It actually makes America safer to take in more Mexican immigrants.
So just
And
clarify that for me. Mexican immigrants, and if you've looked at the statistics, fair enough. I can't say I've looked at crime statistics of immigration backgrounds in America, but more. There's been less crime from Mexican immigrants than they have from, what did you use, Latvia or Lithuania?
I was comparing to American citizens as a baseline.
Okay, but I'm talking about compared to
I mean,
other.
I don't know the statistics specifically for Latvia or Lithuania.
Oh, for the UK then, or for France, or for any Western European country.
I mean, the French are pretty violent people.
Isn't that a bit of a racist thing to say? I don't think they are.
Nothing to do with race. It's quite cultural.
Okay, well, why are they violent people? I think France.
You ever seen a French riot?
Oh yeah, they do. Well, they do riot. Yeah, as any major country does. Yeah.
No, not really. The way the French riot is quite different.
They smash a lot. They don't really kill people though.
Well, no, they don't. You can be violent against property, brother.
You can. That's true.
I'm not saying I'm against the French against the French violence. I'm just saying that they're violent. So once again, your assumption that brown nations would be more violent than white nations is
Probably
just
not.
not true. The French are plenty violent. The UK is plenty violent. There are plenty of stabbing ranges in the UK, right?
Way too
You know
many. We
what's
agree on
going on
that.
here? When the people you would take in as immigrants, right, would be different. But let's get back to the actual issue, right?
Okay.
Which is you're simply trying to justify racism within immigration policy, right? Cool. That's not
No,
the Israeli justification, but that's not the Israeli justification for the laws of return. They claim indigeneity to the land, right? They claim that the Jews are indigenous to the land. Do you buy that claim?
yes.
That the people? Okay, then why do they let converts in?
Why they let converts in? Because they're considered Jewish.
But can you convert to indigeneity?
Probably. I don't know. I mean, there are people who aren't there Indian tribes who consider certain sort of non-born Indian. When I say Indian, I mean Native American. Aren't there Native Americans who believe that certain people who are not born to them are?
But I don't think a single one of them claims that they deserve indigenous, for example, like the reparations that they receive, or the preferential Medicaid that Native Americans receive. So no, it's really, really stupidly obvious that you can't convert to indigeneity. That's not how indigeneity works,
Okay,
right?
but in the case of Judaism, there are so few people who are actually converts that it's completely irrelevant.
Actually, a huge amount of the Mizrahi Jews are converts, but it's
No,
neither
they're
here nor
not.
there. Well, if you go back far enough in people's views, right, it was accused that all Ashkenazi Jews were converts. That was found not to be true, right, for the vast majority of them, right? But there's an interesting discussion of where the converts are, and the thing is they don't track down, your time from now to the fall of the temple, right? They don't talk. They don't track down those times.
It'd be pretty
What
difficult
they
to do
do is they
with a lot
say,
of
I agree that it would be impossible. My difficulty is they don't even really pretend to, because they accept converts, right, as indigenous. That is a religious fallacy. That is a fundamentally religious fallacy. So when you have a built-in religious fallacy into your claim of indigeneity, I'm going to deny the whole claim of indigeneity, and you can come back to me.
Do you think the Palestinians are indigenous?
So when we look at the actual DNA evidence, most Palestinians are more indigenous than most Israelis.
So you think they've got a similar problem with their claims, just to clarify?
Well, so I think the Palestinians' claim to indigeneity typically doesn't actually fall on religion. They don't have the equal right of return claim as like, they don't accept all Muslims. Right, and it would make no sense for them to, because it's not an ethno-state, or it's
Well,
not an
also,
ethno-religion. So there isn't parity here, right? You
there's
can't
also
just like
50 other Muslim
your
countries.
argument of obfuscate and equivocate doesn't work here. It doesn't really make any sense to equivocate the Palestinians to ethno-religion. My difficulty, the problem I'm pointing out here is Judaism is an ethno-religion, right?
Yes.
And there's an ethnicity part of that, but unfortunately, there's also a religion part of that. And Israel, right, is recognizing that ethno-religion. Right? And part of their right of return is religious. That makes
Okay.
them an ethnostatic theocracy. Two very bad things to be. I do not believe in ethnostates, and I do not believe in theocracies. And I certainly do not believe that being a certain religion gives you a right to a land. And if I did, a whole lot more of Jerusalem would be a whole lot more people's. So no, I'll ask you again, do you buy that their right of return, as it's written currently, is valid?
Yeah.
Okay, why do you think it's justified, genuinely, that they accept converts?
Through the right of return?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they can decide who they consider Jewish. And given Israel,
they can decide who they think is indigenous?
Hang on. So they can decide who they consider Jewish, and given it's the historical homeland of the Jewish people where a modern Jewish state has been founded, they can decide that people who have converted to Judaism, obviously under certain rules, because I'm sure you know there's dispute over what counts as a valid
Did they get to
conversion.
decide who is indigenous?
Who?
Do Jews get to decide who is indigenous?
What, in general or to Israel?
Yeah, to Israel.
They don't claim it in the sort of the modern understanding of sort of indigeneity as we understand it.
No, they are literally claiming that they are indigenous.
They're not literally claiming it they're not claiming it in the same line.
The right of return claims that all Jews have an indigenous right of return that is internationally recognized.
Okay, but they don't use the term indigenous. If you look
they literally do in the law passed right of return, they do use the term indigenous.
They do?
Yes, they do. And they've consistently referred to it as such.
Okay.
So the difficulty here is it is an incredibly skewed understanding of indigeneity. No, the people who are indigenous are indigenous. No one else has to recognize your indigeneity for you to be indigenous, and no one can choose for a non-indigenous person to be indigenous. That's so obvious. That's so obvious. And Israel's fundamental foundation, right, to their claim of indigeneity is flawed. Yeah. So I don't buy
because they have converts.
Yes.
Really?
Absolutely. If you claim indigeneity and then recognize a religious claim, unless everyone who is recognizing, so the thing is, indigeneity claims are claims of fact, right? And religion is a claim of faith. And Christians should not then recognize the right of return as valid, because it recognizes a religious fact that they dispute. Hindus should dispute the right of return that Israel proposes. This is not me saying that Jews are not indigenous to the land. This is me saying that Israel's right of return, Israel's policy that's purporting to enforce that indigeneity claim, is fraudulent and should be thrown away. So whenever people talk about Israel being an indigenous land, Israel not being colonial because it's indigenous people moving there, it's not true. Their claim is totally invalid as it stands.
Okay, I think we're getting really into the semantics of sort of what is indigenous and what isn't. So when you have
I think it's really obvious. I've made the really clear, obvious point. You've made some arbitrary point that somehow we can magically touch a wand and make someone indigenous.
I haven't said that. I've said that sort of under the understanding of what is being Jewish, it's only natural that converts
I'm
would
only
want to.
asking what is it to be indigenous. I don't care what they think is Jewish.
Okay, the thousands of year history of the Jews in the land of Israel.
And the 1,000-year history of Muslims in the land of Israel and Christians in the land
Thousands.
of Israel.
Okay.
And of the Samaritans in the land of Israel, who they originally tried to deny the right of return, but then they eventually gave them after a very long international lawsuit.
I
So,
mean, very, very small numbers of them, but yes.
yes, they did. But my point is they're not making an indigenous claim. They're making a religious claim. And I don't have to accept their religious claim. Okay.
Mm.
And we should not base our international law on their religious claims. We should base it on factual indigenous claims. And if they are claiming to be an indigenous group, they should accept the Palestinians. They should have accepted the Samaritans immediately. And they should accept lots and lots of Christians. And yet they don't, because they are a theocracy. And I do not support theocracies unilaterally.
Specifically, they're not a theocracy. I mean, I think you
They
know
are a
perfectly.
theocracy. If they accept as a fundamental doctrine of their government a religious claim, that is a theocracy.
Say that again?
If they accept as a fundamental doctrine
Mm-hmm.
of their claim to statehood, right? The whole claim of Israel, right, to statehood is their indigeneity. That's their
Yeah.
whole claim. If part of that claim to indigeneity is a religious claim, then this state is founded on religion, at least on one pillar.
Yeah, but you know
That
that
makes them at least in part theocratic.
you know they're only claiming that because, like you said, sort of Judaism is an ethno-religion, and so therefore to claim the religious side of it is also to claim the people side of it.
So cool. Whatever their reasons, they're still a theocracy. It's not actually a response. They're being a theocracy for tactical reasons, sure. I think they're being a theocracy, right, because it appeals to evangelical Christians, quite genocidal views, which they want the, ending of the Jewish people, right, which brings about the rapture. I think they're being a theocracy for a huge series of reasons, but they're
By the way,
still being a theocracy, and I can't, in good faith, support genocidal theocracies.
in terms of the views of evangelical Christians, yes, I know there are some who believe that, but lots of them have come forward and said that is not the reason we support Israel.
Yeah, and a portion of those people that said, oh, no, that's not why we support Israel. We just want all the Jews out of our country. That's why some of them said it, right? That's the original Jewish Colonial Association got a lot of support from huge amounts of anti-Semites because they wanted the Jews out of the UK. So, there are huge amount of reasons to support Israel. I'm not suggesting that's the only anti-Semitic reason to support Israel. But yeah, so they are a theocracy. They are an ethno-state, neither of which I can get behind. And then being a theocratic ethno-state means they end up acting horrendously against anyone that doesn't fall within their preferred ethnicity and not fall within their preferred religion.
Acting
right?
horrendously.
That's the context that's necessary when you're looking at the Palestinians. It's
What do you
not
mean
accidental that they are point blank killing, right, women and children. It's not accidental that they have hundreds of hostages, some of whom are under 18, some of whom are children. Right? It's not accidental that people are getting crushed to death in Palestinian, checking areas to get into their holy lands. It's not accidental that they are denying the Palestinians their right of return. It's not accidental that they are genociding them in Gaza. It is part of a
You
large
can't be serious. You're not
fundamental
seriously
part. It
claiming
is
they're
part of a
genocidal
large
women in Gaza,
fundamental.
are you?
Well, they are absolutely acting in genocidal with genocidal intent.
Okay, so are you really comparing? I appreciate you actually do know the examples I'll give, because most of the people who claim that Israel's committing genocide, when I compare it to other genocides, they can't name a single one. I appreciate you're not that person. Do you think what they're doing is really comparable to Rwanda or to what Pakistan did in Bengal? Like, seriously, with a straight face, you're going to say it's comparable?
Do all genocides have to be comparable, or do they just have to fit the definition?
Pretty much in terms of sort of the nature of what they're carrying out, yeah.
So if someone like killed my mother and then I said, hey, that's murder, they're going to be like, look, I'm not Dahmer.
What?
Do you understand what I said there?
No.
If someone kills my mother and I say, hey, you're a murderer, and then they turn around and look, I'm not Dahmer. What are you calling me, Jeffrey Dahmer? No, of course, things are just what they are. Okay? And if it fits the definition, it fits the definition.
So you think? So you really think Israel's? I mean, there's what 2.3 million in the Gaza Strip. You think?
I just want to clarify. You know who Jeffrey Dahmer is, right?
Remind me.
Mass serial killer.
Okay.
Do you understand the comparison I made there, then?
So a murderer, yes.
Okay. My point, do you see how what you did was the only effect? It doesn't actually make sense semantically, right? How we define crimes is by a very clear set of list of aspects. That's how we define crimes. And when we're talking about if something is something, we just talk about the definition. The only reason you brought this up was to minimize what was happening in Gaza.
No, it's to show it's got nothing to do with it because Israel is what the goal of the Rwandan genocide was to wipe out the Hutus, to wipe out the Tutsis. Do you really believe Israel's trying to kill all 2.3 million people in Gaza?
That's not what's necessary in genocide. Once again, the only effect you've had is to compare it to is to minimize what's happening in Gaza. Let's talk about what we actually mean by genocide. The definition of genocide, right, is the mass expulsion, unaliving, sterilization, or a series of other acts that aimed at getting rid of, in whole or in part, an ethnic group, an ethnic, religious, or a series of other defining characteristics group. I absolutely and entirely believe that the goal of Israel, with their actions in the West Bank and with the actions in Gaza, is to either expel or kill or disenfranchise to the point of irrelevance enough Palestinians in that area to have a large portion of them, if not all, not exist in that area anymore. And that would qualify as a genocide. Their denial of the Nakba refugees is a genocidal action. Their utter destruction of Palestinians within the Gaza
Well,
Strip is
you
a
said a lot. You said a
genocidal action.
Can I interrupt you? Can I interrupt you there? Just on one of those points. Like, do you think that the various countries who, by the way, did what Israel didn't do and actually sort of actively and deliberately expelled ethnic Germans from their borders after the Second World War, like, do you think those countries should be brought up on charges of genocide for what they did? And you know who
Sorry,
they are.
bring it back the example. Sorry.
So the ethnic Germans who were all over Europe who were expelled from the various countries they lived in outside of Germany.
The ethnic Germans that were kicked out of their countries?
Yes.
You talking like Spain and France that kicked them out back to Germany?
No, like the Czechoslovakia, Hungary,
Okay.
Poland, wherever there were ethnic Germans all over Europe. We could pick any country. They kicked them all
Okay.
out and put them in the modern borders of Germany. Like,
Okay.
do you think they should be brought up on charges of genocide? Seriously?
Did they violate their human rights in doing so?
Probably. I don't know. I mean,
That would
it's
be
sort
interesting to be discussed because I know they're violating their human rights in the Nakba. That's the core issue. How we see crimes is.
well, that's why I asked you. That's why I asked you. So
I don't know those specific examples. I don't know the long history of it.
Really. I
But
mean, like you
no,
saw you
no,
talk.
genuinely, I don't really know much about the expulsion of Germans within Europe. I'm not up to par on my European history per se. But to answer in a general sense,
Okay, the reason I mention them, I'll just tell you. The reason I mention them is because millions of Germans all over Europe, after the Second World War, were expelled and put in ethnic Germans and put into the new borders of Germany. Now, based on your argument, those countries are genocidal. Now, forget the circumstances of the Second World War and the fact that these
well,
Germans.
the circumstances seem pretty relevant, right? This is where you come down to if they violated their
You
human
argued
rights.
before that they weren't relevant. You argued that the
No,
fact that
no,
they
no,
actually
no,
rejected the
no, no,
agreement,
no.
that five countries
Sorry, no,
invaded,
no, no.
caused the
So
refugee crisis, wasn't relevant. You argued that.
no, I never said context was unilaterally not relevant. I've never said that.
You said it before. You said the fact that
I have
that
never said that context is unilaterally never relevant.
so you accept it could be relevant in this in the case of Israel,
Context
and
is always relevant.
right. So it could so someone else could come along and dispute what you're saying and say it could be legal.
Uh, yeah, duh. Everyone can dispute everything.
These are your standards. You said you told me that
All
the fact
things
the
can be
Arabs.
disputed. What are you talking about? Of course, things can be disputed, and things can have defenses, and things can have specific applications.
Okay, right. We agree. the reason I brought
Obviously, we agree. Do you think I don't think nuance exists? The reason I was saying this is like, okay, for example, if they were Germans that were forced into there, were settlers, right, of the area during the German occupation of those areas,
some were, most
right?
weren't.
Yeah, so if they were settlers, I don't think returning them to their homeland in their lifetime is violating their human rights, right? Like, I don't think that is. If they were just ethnic Germans, right, and they
Most of
caused a
them were.
mass expulsion, yeah, I think that probably would be a violation of the human rights and therefore be a genocidal action. I think that's true. So yes, um, in the same way
Okay,
that a
well,
huge
in
amount
that case,
of the
I mean,
Shoah, right, it
fair,
involved a expulsion of Jews from Germany and from Poland and etc. It involved a large amount of unaliving of them, but it also
Mhm.
involved a huge amount of expulsion, and that expulsion was a part of the genocide.
Okay, of course. I mean, but you are aware though that sort of if you to type in a list of genocides, you wouldn't get what was done to the ethnic Germans after the Second World War.
And regardless of people, if people agree with me, right, it's neither here nor there.
But isn't that the point though? Isn't that the point? There's sort of like there are universally accepted genocides. You know, the Holocaust, the Armenians. Oh, okay, yes, I know
No, but you
Turkey
agreed that part of the Holocaust, right, was the expulsion of Jews.
pending extermination. Yes.
Yeah, okay, just because there are other parts that were much, much worse. Part of it was the expulsion.
Yeah.
Okay, and yeah, so I'm just saying, expulsion's part of it. The expelling of Palestinians is part of it. And then also, the war crimes happening in Gaza are part of it. There were recent despicable videos coming out of soldiers point blank killing, right, some women and children in Gaza. There are
I
well-known cases of illegal detention in Israel um, of Palestinians,
I
right?
appreciate you can't.
So
Hang on. I appreciate you. I haven't seen those videos, and I appreciate you can't show them on a live. I've been on other lives where people have actually asked me to show these, and then they say, "Oh, well, if you can't show them, that's not evidence." If you can send, you can message me on TikTok, send me the link afterwards. I would genuinely love to
I'm
see
happy
them.
to, yeah. I'm happy to send that. Otherwise, like in honesty, I'm recovering, so I'm probably not gonna send it to you. But like literally, like look it up. It's really, really recent. So I haven't seen the verification of it, but it's just a general thing. We could get into like the general war crimes that have been happening
I
within
mean,
Gaza.
that's the main. That was the main point. Sort of like I wanted to talk to you about. It's sort of. I mean, did you dispute that Hamas uses human shields?
To the extent, so no, I do dispute most of Israel's claims about them using human shields, right? Because even once again, Israel, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and the UN have consistently said that Israel vastly overstates the amount of times they use human shields, and the evidence for them using human shields has been incredibly sporadic. So yeah,
I mean,
I think
incredibly sporadic. I mean, you saw that tunnel system under the hospital. You call that sporadic?
well, the tunnel system was disputed
By who?
by the UN.
Hang on. I mean, you're catching me up here. The UN, after Israel captured the thing, showed the thing, and you can see how the design is pretty much identical to other Hamas tunnels, including ones they dug into Israel. Which I'm pretty sure no one's going to claim Israel built the tunnel in its own territory. It's virtually identical. Are people seriously claiming that it's not Hamas tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay, does that not mean? I mean, you've got critical thinking skills. I'm sure you've seen the pictures of other
No,
Hamas
I've seen
tunnels.
plenty of the pictures that the
So,
IDF have
so
released,
you
but I've
take the
also
UN's
seen the
word.
facts that the IDF
You
has
take the UN's word
entirely
then.
falsified, right? So we can do critical thinking here, right? But that critical thinking doesn't involve taking what the IDF says at face value, right? And like the thing is so I don't doubt that they sometimes use human shields. That's fine. The thing is, right, is them committing Hamas committing war crimes, a terrorist organization committing war crimes, does not justify Israel committing war crimes.
Agreed.
So if Israel's committing war crimes with the intent to either massively expel or reduce the population of Palestinians in an
Which
area,
it's not doing.
which I believe it is, right? For
Okay.
them being a theocratic ethno state, I've established intent. That's what most of this argument has been doing. Is it's pretty clear that fundamental to Israel's vision of itself requires some ethnic cleansing of others. It requires a maintenance of theocracy, maintenance of massive state. So if they have an interest in that, I'm going to look at what they're doing in that context, right? So I believe they have that intent. And then when I look at their actions, I'm like, wow, 20,000 Palestinians dying from a
Come
state that I
on.
think is interested in Palestinians dying.
Do
Maybe
you
those
believe?
two
Do you
things are
believe?
connected.
I mean, do you believe the figures? And I'll say
Not
before
at
you
face
say,
value, but I mean, I wouldn't go any lower than 15,000. Like, it could be slightly inflated by the Ministry of Health, right? But once again, we see
okay,
very little evidence of it being slightly invaded,
well, what?
or
Yes,
we see
what
very little
possible
evidence of
evidence?
it being inflated. And secondarily, there are independent reporters that have
No,
been
there
killed
aren't.
in
No,
Gaza.
there aren't. No, there
A
is not.
Reuters, a Reuters reporter was killed in the West Bank, and that was internationally reported, right? And then a Red Cross worker was killed in Gaza.
No one in Gaza, Western journalist or otherwise. I mean, I don't know why you keep quoting sort of Amnesty, particularly Human Rights Watch. I mean, are you aware of Human Rights Watch's history?
Are you aware of the IDF's history? Like, you're quoting the IDF.
Yeah, sure. I'm not blindly trusting them, but you're
Exactly. I'm
citing
not
them.
blindly trusting Amnesty or Human Rights Watch.
You just
I'm
cited
listing.
them.
I cite them 3 in a row for a reason.
Okay, Human Rights Watch and Amnesty. I mentioned Amnesty before. They don't have any people with military experience, any
But you've
significant
cited
people.
nothing.
I can't cite a negative. I can't show you a military expert where there isn't one.
No. You all, literally the only thing you've ever cited for evidence is the IDF.
Because, okay, yes, in this case it was the IDF because they actually showed you. They took the camera into the tunnel and showed you the tunnel under the
No,
hospital.
but you've
Yeah, fair
literally
enough.
brought no other sources. That's the thing. I've referenced Reuters. I believe. I mean, I could talk about the Al Jazeera reports, but you're not going to like Al Jazeera. Right. We can talk about
Correct.
any number of reports. We can talk about what the BBC has independently verified, what the New York Times has reported, right? What the WashPo has reported, right? So it goes through a series of media intermediaries that have different interests, right? So when I read something from the WashPo, I trust it because I don't trust the WashPo to do anything, right? That is, honest. So if
So,
it's taking something from Amnesty, the WashPo doesn't like Amnesty International, right? But if they're reporting something from Amnesty, it must be true because they've been basically forced to report it. So this is the thing: is we do have a critical analysis, right, of media, but that isn't nihilism. You need to bring anything if you're going to
it's
dispute
not.
the numbers I brought.
Say again. I didn't hear the last part.
You need to bring anything if you're going to dispute the numbers I brought.
I'm honest enough to say that I don't know what the numbers are, and I can't know because Hamas controls the information environment
Okay,
on
then
the
don't
ground,
throw up your
and they're
hands in
not.
anger whenever I do cite a number. You throw up,
Well,
you couldn't conceivably believe those numbers. Well,
I,
okay.
yeah, because they're coming from the terrorists
Okay,
themselves.
well, some people are dying. Some thousands of people are dying, right? Like lots of people are dying.
Okay,
I
and
don't
then,
know,
yeah,
but
and
like
then
it's
how
obvious.
many
We have
mil-
satellite
and how
images.
many are
We
military?
know what Israel's saying, right?
How many are
Lots of
military casualties?
I don't know. I don't even think the IDF contests that less than 10K civilians have died, right? But it doesn't really matter the specific number, right? The people in the hospital, right, who are on life support, they certainly died. The people that were bombed at the
Yeah,
Rafah
because the
crossing.
hospital was because they were put in
No,
that
I know
situation
I
by
don't want to hear your excuse
Hamas.
again. You've said it 4 times. I've heard it. What I'm saying is we know civilians have died.
Yes,
Cool. So when I see
as
civilians
they do in
dying,
every war, as they do in every single war, pretty
not at this
much.
scale. Not at this scale. I mean, this is where scale does matter. The amount of children that have died here by comparison even to the Syrian civil war, or to the Afghanistan war, or to the Gulf wars, or to the Ukrainian war going on right now, is an order of magnitude different. An order
If
of
you believe
magnitude
their
different.
numbers.
If you believe their numbers, but the difficulty is we're getting numbers from Ukrainians who are famously
No,
unreliable in terms of
I
theirs.
meant the Gaza
But
numbers,
the
not the
thing
other.
is if you believe Syrian numbers or Afghanistan numbers, right? Like,
Well, the incentives are so much different there, and there
the
probably is. There
incentives for the
probably is a reason to
Syrians?
dispute them. I said there probably is a reason to dispute them.
Yeah, but the thing being reported by the Syrians,
I'm
the
fairly
things
sure that
being
when the
reported.
rebels, I'm fairly sure when rebel areas were attacked by the government, the rebels probably exaggerated the civilian casualties. Yeah.
Yeah, but they didn't. The thing is there's no reason to believe that Hamas is any more or less of a terrorist organization than what's going on in Syria, right? And yet,
For
and
small,
there's no motives for Syria to say, oh, only 2 children died, and Hamas to say 200 children died,
there's
right? They
every
both have the
motive
same
for them
motives
to do
here.
that.
So what
There's
I'm saying
every
is
motive for
if
them to
it's
do that.
all messed up reporting, something is more messed up here.
It's not. It's not. Okay. What it is it's not messed up reporting as such, sort of like coming from the press. It's a lack of understanding, first of all, of what an urban campaign looks like. Yes, it's bloody. Yes, there's going
You
to
don't
be a
think there was an
higher.
urban campaign in Afghanistan?
Not on this level. There wasn't. There was no battle that lasted this long in a city with this dense population.
You don't think
That
that?
it's
Wait,
there.
wait. You don't think Kabul had a long-term urban campaign?
Like this? No, it didn't.
No, it wasn't like this. That's my whole point.
What? I mean, you mean because in terms of
It
the way
wasn't
the
a
combat people
flagrant
are?
genocide against the Afghans.
So oh my God! I mean, do you think?
That's
Do you
the
think?
point. That's the point. It is different.
So okay,
They
do you
had
think?
the point is they had an urban campaign. America actually ended up taking occupation after that urban campaign.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
yet, even according to both sides' numbers, many fewer children died. Many fewer civilians died. So I agree something is different here.
Yes, the nature of the campaign is different.
No, but you said it
Afghanistan.
was the difference is that it's an urban campaign. It's not an understanding of an
No.
urban campaign. What's the
Uh,
difference?
okay, and if you want to look at look at the Battle of Raqqa or the Battle of Mosul. You know what happened there?
No, remind me.
Okay, when they were fighting Islamic State.
Did any of these compare in terms of casualties of civilians?
In terms of in terms of the actual raw numbers, probably not, because thankfully a lot of the people had left the city. However, there was still plenty left, and Islamic State were doing exactly what Hamas are doing in terms of using the population as human shields. And America even
And yet
bombed
there
a
weren't the
hospital.
civilian casualties. This is my whole point. Is nothing you're arguing actually like defends what you're saying? Is there a ways to avoid civilian casualties?
Without not striking the military targets and without Israel not doing what it is only natural it would do, no, it's not possible.
But clearly it was. The examples you brought showed that it was. Kabul shows that it was. The very long, drawn
It,
out urban campaign across Syria shows that it was.
hang on, what long drawn out urban campaign across Syria?
What, the consistent civil war within Syria, across most of Syria?
And how many? Okay, right. How? Go on, tell me. You clearly know how many children were killed in the Syrian civil war in the
I mean, I
various
don't have the
urban.
direct numbers, but it's an order of magnitude fewer than have been killed in proportion to the time spent here. This is an indisputable utter destruction of women and children, right, in these areas. Okay, the thing you just can't dispute this is more women and children and civilians are dying in this than basically any other conflict, right? Of any similarity. Something is going on here. Okay,
What is the?
and
Yeah, go
and
on.
it doesn't look like it's excusable on typical war grounds.
Okay, right. So, okay, if you're saying this, please tell me the actual practical thing that Israel could have done in striking the various military targets and killed less civilians.
How could have it killed the civilians?
No, and still struck the military targets as they're entitled to do, and
Oh,
still
what do I
conducted a
think the
military
best way to
campaign.
cause fewer civilian casualties is across the board?
But practically,
Practically, not blocked
yes,
food, aid,
because
and water.
lots of people have said yes.
They could have
Lots of
not
people.
blocked. Wait, they could have not
Hang on,
blocked.
hang on. What lots of people have said, for example, oh, they should have just used special forces, like having no understanding of how special forces worked,
No,
or
actually argue with what I did. Not blocked food, water, and aid to Gaza.
and that would have and what? So how many have died from whatever? To what would it be? Starvation or?
Well, that's a really easy one.
And how much lower would it be? I mean, and again,
I mean, neither you nor I can pretend to have those numbers,
absolutely,
but
absolutely. I'm
both
not, I'm
you
not
and
even
I can
asking you
agree that
to.
people would have been saved.
Well, Hamas members would have been saved, so it could have let
No,
the
but
campaign to
wait,
go
no,
on
no, no,
longer.
no, 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 no. We both agreed that letting the Red Cross in would save civilians.
No, we didn't agree on that. We're lagging.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Sorry, my whole phone crashed. Give me 2 seconds. Womp, 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 womp. There we are. Okay. Hello, everyone. You don't think that letting Red Cross members would have saved lives?
Overall, I think it's quite possible that it wouldn't have done.
Okay, so since they have let Red Cross members in, do you think it has saved lives?
I don't know because I don't know. I don't know how much. Sorry, a lot of noise being made there. I don't know because I don't know I don't know what effect. Like I said before, I don't know what effect the Red Cross's presence on the ground has had in terms of IDF operations.
So your view is, I'll just state, is insane, that Hamas takes all of the aid. Is that your view?
Not all, but enough of it, enough that a significant amount that letting it in wouldn't be a good idea for Israel.
No, but would it save some civilian lives?
It wouldn't really matter.
Would it save any civilian lives?
In the long term, like net overall, probably not, because it would mean the fighting would go on longer.
So that's your actual view, that they would have. Oh my god! Thank you for the shows the memory crash. Okay, wild. Sorry, I'm using too much memory apparently. Thank you so much for Okay. Do you think the same thing about like Ukraine or about Syria?
With the Ukrainian army,
Yeah. Do you believe that with the Ukrainian army?
if there'd been the same number of reports of the Ukrainian army stealing aid that was meant for Ukrainian civilians, then I would have said that. As there isn't,
Okay. Do you
then
believe that
no.
with Syria, where there are reports of that?
It really depends on the circumstances, and you're dealing with so many factions in Syria that the sort of diversity of circumstances could be huge. At least in Ukraine, it's just Russia and Ukraine.
Okay. 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 I just think this is absurd. Okay. Let's just go through this. I like we can talk military, we can talk humanitarian aid. I think it's pretty clear humanitarian aid saves lives. Just
Yeah,
put that out there, right?
if it's allowed into the hands of the people and not taken by terrorists, yeah, we agree on that.
Yeah, but everyone claims that it's taken by terrorists, right? Like that's America's excuse for not giving it to Afghanistan when they needed it. That's our excuse for not giving it to a huge amount of African countries. The difficulty is how do you think Hamas got popular support in the first place?
What we're talking back in 2007,
Anytime. How do you think Hamas got popular support in the first place?
because lots of people agree with their ideas.
No. What? Okay, then let's go back to the 80s. The organization that became Hamas. What was it
Hmm.
well known for, and how did it get support?
Yeah, you're going to tell me it was a charity.
I'm not going to tell you that. Do you disagree?
Well, of course, it's a front for Islamists, and they use that tactic a lot. But yeah, that's true.
So it was a charity.
Well, a sort of a blood diamond, a poison chalice, however you want to describe it. But yes,
Yeah. Did it give out to civilians a social safety net and aid?
I mean, we're talking what in the late 80s. Probably did some. I don't know how much of it did.
Okay, if you don't know, I'll tell you a shit ton, a lot. The reason Hamas got support was because of its aid towards the civilians. Civilians don't like people that steal and starve them, right? Civilians like people that feed them and take care of their children. Okay? So when we talk about this and we talk about the idea that Hamas is stealing food, that's not even in Hamas's best interest to let civilians starve. Okay? It's just not. They are ultimately a political entity. And they are a terrorist organization that I do not support, just to be very clear. But even terrorist organizations still rely on some amount of civilian support, at the very least, to get recruits.
But that's what they are
Okay?
doing, though. They are stealing the food. They are stealing the fuel.
But they are not stealing to such an extent that it is starving unilaterally women and children.
No, but they're doing it to enough. They're doing it to enough of an extent that it's only natural that Israel wouldn't let the aid in if it's going to
No,
go
I
into
know. So
Hamas's
there's a difference
hands.
between Israel being a tactical military machine and wanting to starve out its enemies, and it genuinely believing that the humanitarian aid does nothing. Okay? Those are two different things, and I'm trying to clearly say, I agree. It is not in Israel's tactical interest to let Palestinians eat. As a Israeli politician said,
Civilians,
Palestinians, as an Israeli politician said, Palestinians need to go on a diet. Can you imagine saying that about one of the most impoverished peoples in the world? That's who you're defending right now. So on the
they're
other
not the
side
most
here,
impoverished in the world.
it is. It is.
Go on, what's the other side?
They wanted to, even prior to October 7th, cut food to Palestinians. They absolutely wanted to. They said verbatim they did. And then they did after October 7th.
Yes, when a
So I
military
don't trust
campaign.
them for 2 seconds. The point is Hamas, yes, steals some food, uses some food, right?
And
But
fuel and medical supplies, not just the food.
yeah, that's fine.
It's
I
not
understand,
fine.
and no, sorry. I mean that's fine in that I agree with you. The point is they're not doing so much so to starve the Gazan civilians, right? Then why weren't they stealing it, prior to October 7th, right? The Gazan civilians weren't fully dying, fully starving, fully dying of like every conceivable medical ailment prior to October 7th.
Gaza has a decent obesity rate, in fact.
And well, obesity has nothing to do with nutrition. But the point is okay, they were reliant on humanitarian aid, right? Prior to that,
Hmm?
was Hamas stealing all the humanitarian aid then?
What, during the military campaign? It
No,
wasn't.
in 2020.
It was stealing a lot of it. Where do you think they got the material for the
So
tunnels
should we
from?
have cut off humanitarian aid then?
Depends which type. The food, at the time they weren't
Food,
stealing the food.
food.
Not
They
the
weren't
food.
stealing food in 2020?
Wait, you're talking about in the war.
No, I'm talking 2020.
Not on the scale they are now.
Why did it change?
Because there's a military campaign going on now.
You don't think that they were planning a military campaign in 2020?
Quite okay, but it wasn't happening.
But you don't think they were planning and stockpiling for it?
Quite possibly.
So why weren't they stealing food?
Okay, you're going to tell me they were stealing food.
No, what I'm going to say is what you're saying is nonsense. Okay? Hamas has been in control of Gaza at the very least since 2012. Okay?
Yeah.
If Hamas wanted to starve all their people, they would have done it. If it was a viable political campaign for
hang on, do you
Hamas to
think...
steal, one second, no.
Go on,
If
go
it was
on.
a viable political action for Hamas to steal all of their food from all of their civilians, okay, then they would have done it in 2012.
Do you think I'm arguing that's their plan, or was their plan to steal all the food and to starve the Gazans? That's not what I'm arguing.
I'm saying that that's what you're suggesting now.
I'm so clearly not. I'm arguing that they're taking what they need to sustain themselves during their campaign.
Okay. Then if we give more humanitarian aid, it would certainly save civilians. Because it would save the Palestinians in the exact same way that we shouldn't have cut off humanitarian aid in 2020 or 2021.
Far from it. If they don't give them the aid, and Israel's able to defeat them quicker, then they can open and let as much food as they like, because Israel can decide who the food
But
goes
the children
to.
will die by then.
Okay, and more will die if the fighting goes on longer.
Yeah, and Israel is not, okay, just to be very clear, Hamas offered a ceasefire in exchange for hostages, right? Day 5, I believe. Israel is not interested in ending this quickly. Israel is interested in a regime change. Okay?
I agree. Oh, we agree.
So,
we agree.
I know, but that is not a humanitarian aim.
Okay, I mean, no, it's a military aim.
Exactly. So the thing is when you say, oh, well, this would get the military aim done faster, that's very different than saying, oh, it would save more civilians. Those are very distinct things. You're confusing the two again. You're
The lo-
confusing Israeli interests with humanitarian interests, and they're very different.
I mean, in principle, they're different. The longer this war goes on, the more people are likely to die. Therefore,
I
if
know,
we
but
could,
Israel could change its actions now and save lives. That's
not in the long
indisputable.
term. No, it's not. Not in the long term.
In the long term, you shitting me? You think, okay, you think if they accepted, for example, the Nakba refugees in, Hamas would lose a
Okay.
lot of support? Absolutely, they would. If they stopped brutalizing children on the border, Hamas would lose a lot of support. Absolutely, they would.
No, and
Right?
then
If they didn't do, Operation Cast Lead, right? Operation Protective Edge, Hamas would have lost support. Absolutely, they would have.
of course they
If they
wouldn't.
didn't have an illegal blockade, right, since 2012, would children and women survive longer in that area? Absolutely, they would. Would they support Hamas less? Yes. We know this.
No, we don't
This is
know this.
obvious. We do know this. We've seen it time and time and time again. When a place is fed, when a place is less impoverished, they are less extremist. But when a place is bombed to rubble, when your parents are killed in their hospital being taken care of, you get extremist.
You
So
get, you get. Go on.
the solution is not violence, right? They've tried violence consistently. It hasn't worked.
It's been
Right?
tried very poorly. I'll give you that.
Poorly. I mean, 1967 was a pretty big success for Israel.
Yeah, and
They
look what
could
it
have
did,
done anything in 1967.
and they squandered it.
No. I think they knew precisely what they were doing. They funded, only 2 decades later, right? Or only 1.5 decades later, they funded what would later become Hamas. They funded that charity that you pretended didn't exist.
I didn't pretend
Precisely
it did.
because it was
Hang on, I did
jihadist.
not. Hang on, I did not pretend it existed.
I know you did a dumb rhetorical point. You said, "Oh, you're going to say they were a charity." Yeah, no, it's dismissive. That's why I said that.
Yeah, an Islamist charity who was sort of using it for cynical purposes.
Yeah, but you were being dishonest. Oh, you're going to say no? Of course, just admit it's the truth, brother. They funded that. Israel funded that. Only a decade and a half after they won over the Sinai. So I don't think they squandered it. I think they knew exactly what they were doing, and I'm holding them accountable for exactly what they were doing, which is they were funding dissidents, right? They were funding violent extremists, right? Because they wanted violent extremists on their border. So I think they're doing the exact same thing here now.
They wanted violent
They are
extreme.
pushing. Why would they want it? Because it justifies their military regime. It justifies their apartheid state. If they can. It's the point I made earlier. If they consistently oppress Arabs, Arabs are going to be violent or oppressive towards them. And the most direct conceivable way to do that is to fund the jihadist groups
Oh my
that
God.
say that they want to be oppressive and violent towards you.
I mean, this is
Right?
just a complete misunderstanding of Israel. It really is. I mean, like, do you could name any? If you can, I'll be impressed. Like, you could name sort of not just prime ministers of Israel, but actual generals who were involved in this. There are documents saying what we need.
This is just a no true Scotsman. It doesn't matter if I can know proper nouns. Also, no, I don't know proper nouns for like even my studies, brother. I don't think I could name you a Supreme Court case in the UK, even though I study it in Oxford. Like, no, I'm not good with proper nouns, but I can
Okay,
tell
but
you
if
the narrative
you're going to claim
regarding it,
that
and I can tell you the history behind it. This is just you. Like, I've brought up the narrative. I've made the argument, right? And you're not actually responding to the argument. It's just a personal attack. If you want to make personal attacks against me, that's fine, right? But that's not what this discussion is for, and I thought we were a bit above that.
I'm not. How is that asking? How is that a personal attack by asking you if you know?
Because it's not actually an argument.
Of course it is. I'm asking you to cite that you said this was a policy. It was a policy to create violence.
Do you dispute it?
Yeah.
Do you dispute that they funded the charity that later became Hamas?
That's a different claim, and probably not.
No, that was the claim that I actually made, and then I made derivative claims off of it. I never said that a general admitted that they wanted antagonistic people on their border, right? That's a conclusion that I'm drawing from the observations I make.
I mean, the point I was going to make was that sort of like you're saying this was Israel's policy to create. I mean, of course, the main thing you were talking about was Hamas's support and why Hamas gained support. That's why
I didn't say it was a written policy, brother.
Okay, sort of an enacted policy. Yeah, sure. It doesn't have to be written.
I said it was their goal. Yeah, And when you look at their actions, it's very clear that that's their goal.
What's their goal?
To have agitators, right, in consistent states of war against Arab people.
Right. I mean, sort of like this, the cynicism here is just incredible. Like the sort of they don't want peace at all.
I mean, you're the apologist for genocide. I don't really think I'm going to take moral standing from you. Yes, I am cynical of a genocidal ethno-state. Absolutely, 200%. I'm happy to be cynical of a genocidal ethno-state.
Vice
Also,
versa.
a good point is
I'll
being
tell
made
you
in the
vice
comments.
versa.
A good
I'm
point.
quite
Sorry,
happy to be.
a good point is being made in the comments. Bibi Netanyahu did actually say in 2019 that it was the policy of Israel to internally support Hamas in Gaza, right?
But
So,
specifically for giving money from Qatar. That's what he was saying that specifically about.
yeah. So when I say that he was supporting agitators,
hang on, in order to avoid a war, he said we
in
have
order
to
to
let
avoid,
the Qatari money in to avoid a war, and therefore Israel has to support Hamas. So what that person's saying is true, but
the
that's
context from him is either way, right? I was running off the facts, right? Which is just that they did support them, and then they give justification for it. But we know that their justification had been disingenuous in the first place. This whole discussion started with contests of what Israel's justification for everything was, or motivation was for everything. But I want to make the point clear again, is they funded jihadists in the 1980s, and they funded the jihadist Hamas organization up until 2019 at the very least, right? I'm asking why they did that.
They didn't fund it. They did not fund it up until 2019. They allowed funds from outside to go to them. There's a big difference.
Not that big of a difference.
I mean, by the way, we may be agreeing. I think they shouldn't have allowed those funds to go in. But, you know,
I mean, obviously they shouldn't have allowed it in. No,
well,
literally no one in the world thinks they should have allowed them.
Disagree. They were being pressured. They were being pressured to because, and this is why sort of Netanyahu made that claim about needing to support Hamas, is because it was said either you let the funding go to Hamas or it's the alternative is war. I think.
Yeah. No, I know. Once again, there's a difference between reason.
I think they should have called the bluff.
Cool. We can. That's kind of just a diplomatic political question. But talking about motivation, right? What I'm saying is when we look at these facts, I see an agitator nation. I see a state that is actively agitating its neighbors because it wants to consistently have this excuse, right? Say, look what the Arabs consistently do to us, right? Oh no, we can't let the Nakba refugees in, right? They're going to be violent, just like look at the Palestinians, look at the Jordanians, look at the Egyptians, look at the Syrians, look at the Lebanese. Right? That's the narrative I'm pushing. I think it's very clear that that's the narrative I view.
You don't think that's a good argument,
right? And I don't think you I don't think you can respond to it. You just start. The reason I don't think you can respond to it. The reason I don't think you can respond to it, just to make this very clear, is because you started attacking me personally. Right? You started saying, I don't actually think you can name a single general that said that blank, blank, and blank. I don't think you could actually name blank and blank and blank. That's a personal attack that's totally irrelevant.
That's not so personal.
So once you started attacking me personally, I don't think you actually have an argument. So if you do, you're welcome to make it, right? But I'd suggest you move away from the personal attacks because that is just a session.
By the way, in terms of what you just said, I broadly agree. You don't think it's a good enough reason. I do.
Do you have an argument?
Like I just said, what you just said about Israel pointing to the actions of other Arab countries, sort of pointing out the way they behave and sort of their rhetoric and their intentions. You don't think that's a good enough reason to sort of justify Israel's actions? For the most part, I do think that's a good enough reason.
You believe them being an agitator and being able to put it.
Well, this is okay. This is where we differ. I don't think it's being an agitator. I think it's being a responder. But we look at it differently.
Yeah, I think they funded Hamas to agitate. That's my point.
Hang on. You talked about all the countries in the region.
Yeah, and they like that's an example. I thought I made it pretty clear. They funded Hamas to agitate.
No, you did.
Okay.
You think? Okay, I think if they did do it, and sort of I'm not going to pretend I know the exact amount, who it was, and what their stated intention was behind it. Clearly, you think there's a difference between a stated intention and a whatever you call it, sort of maybe overall intention. But let's say they did it because they wanted to sort of keep the various sort of jihadists who were fighting against them divided. Maybe that's the reason to do it. I know that sort of other countries have done that in the past.
In the
I don't.
1980s, that's why they did it, to work against the PLO. Yeah,
Right. Okay. I mean, I don't.
that's
If
agitation and destabilization.
Well, no, it's not, because I mean the PLO were already fighting them. If nothing, I agree with you. If nothing was happening, if there was nothing going on, if there was no general sort of Palestinian terror campaign, then yes, it would be agitation. But given there was, and given the PLO were continuously carrying out terrorist attacks from 19, well, since their creation onwards, then it's not that.
But you would agree that the views of the PLO are drastically different than of Hamas, and generally Hamas, the view is that Hamas cannot be dealt with, and the PLO can. Right? Like
I
the
agree.
PLO has a very clear claim to what they want, and they work with the PA quite strongly. The PLO and PA relationship is quite strong, whereas the PA and Hamas relationship is not. Right?
Yes, I
That's
agree. By the way, I
it's
agree
also
that's the view.
destabilization. Right? They don't want a unified. They don't want a unified response. They want the farthest extreme response, so that the international community has sympathy for them.
I don't think so. I mean, I agree with you. By the way, I agree with what you said about sort of the way Hamas and the PLO is viewed. I don't agree with it, but you're correct. That is how they are viewed. I think
Okay.
what they wanted was they wanted a divided sort of terrorist response against them rather than a united one. You think that's a bad thing? I don't think that's a bad thing.
I think it's bad. I think you lose the right to bitch and moan about a people's morals, right? They always come after Hamas for having extreme views, for being jihadists, for being, very far right, right?
Mhm.
And then they funded and propped them up.
I mean,
And
for a
I have a
short period.
really hard time this is a point that often gets brought up to me, is they're like, well, what does Hamas think of gay people? What does Hamas think of women? Right? Well, Hamas was funded by Israel. So whenever Israel says, well, look at Hamas and how they hate gay people and we don't, well, you funded them. You are the reason that gay people are being treated like this in Palestine. Right?
No, I mean
The PLO had a very, very different view of gay people, of non-Muslim people, right, of women, right? They had very different views. So when we look at the difference between these two, right, I'm going to blame the differences on Israel. And that's a really important narrative to bring up, which is oftentimes gay people, like, I will be told multiple times, how could you as a gay man, right, want to protect Palestine? Well, first of all, there's a huge amount of arguments towards that, but the most important one is Hamas is a front, or it was funded by Israel, so that Israel is, at least in part,
how long was it funded
responsible
for?
for the treatment, for the horrendous treatment that would be different under the PLO.
How long was it funded for?
How long was it funded? Well, I mean, it
Yeah.
was tacitly supported, right, up until 2019, at the
Eh,
very
well,
least,
no,
through
you-
allowance of
no
foreign
way
aid.
could you say that.
Absolutely, it could. Allowance of Qatari aid, in the exact same way that America unfroze Iranian money, right, as a diplomatic tool. It had
Okay,
diplomatic support and
that's a
diplomatic
stupid.
allowances.
It's a stupid decision, but it's not American support.
It is American support. It's American support and funding. It's a diplomatic tool. You're pretending like the only diplomatic tool, right, is direct funding. That's not true.
I'm not pretending that, but I'm telling you where responsibility lies.
So
So
what level of
America.
diplomatic support is responsibility?
I mean,
That's arbitrary. Any diplomatic support bears some responsibility.
well, so okay, but so does that mean that sort of if that Iranian money goes to terrorist? Well, it's not a hypothetical. That Iranian money does go to terrorist groups.
It's whatever
Therefore,
we foreseeably thought it would happen. Yeah, we're responsible for whatever we first saw happening.
I mean, I
If it
agree
was
with.
totally if it was totally insane and they made some like new weapon that we could have thought of, yeah, we're not really responsible for that, right? But if we knew that this was a possibility, yeah, we're morally responsible, at least in part, for the foreseeable consequences of our actions. Yeah, duh.
Okay, I mean, for as much as I disagree with the decision that Joe Biden made of unfreezing Iranian accounts and allowing funds to go to various terrorists, I'm not going to say that he's responsible, or he bears some sort of like moral culpability for the actions that those groups carry out with the Iranian funding. He's dumb for doing it, sure, but it's not. That's not on him. In the same way, it's not on Israel if
In the same
Qatari
way, the
money.
Mujahideen is a little bit of America's fault. You
That
know,
was
like
direct.
it's just.
That was direct American money. That's not comparable.
But once again, it's just a scale. Where
It's
do you draw
okay.
the line? Where do you draw the line? Free trade? Intelligence
No.
integration? Where do you draw the line? Transfer of IP?
Transfer IP to which scenario are we talking about now? You've
I'm
lost
just
me.
asking, where's the line? There's a huge amount of diplomatic support you can choose from. Where's the line?
Okay, I don't. What are you trying to get at here? Like, sort of.
I'm saying for unfreezing money or
Yeah,
allowing foreign aid
I'm
or
not. I'm
allowing
not
foreign
denying.
money to fund arms, knowing they're going to get arms, right?
Hmm?
What's the line in between funding those arms yourself and allowing others to fund their arms, knowing you'll do it? Right? I agree they're different, but they're just different types of diplomatic support. And you bear some level of responsibility for all types of diplomatic support.
Okay, so including just merely sort of maintaining a diplomatic relationship.
In some ways, if that provides some benefit to them.
Okay, I think we're just getting so deep into an abstraction here.
It's not abstract. It's very clear. It's actually quite concrete. If you benefit someone actively, right, you're at least a little bit responsible for how they use that benefit.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think. So, do you think, let's say, for example, Israel allows Palestinians from both Gaza and the West Bank to go into Israel for medical treatment? That's one of the things. One of the things that is various. Obviously, you've got to
What's the
apply
question?
for a visa and stuff. Right? They do that. So I don't know.
Oh,
Is
cutting
Israel?
out.
Is that? Can you hear me?
There we are.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So did you hear what I said?
Hello. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Ooh. Okay, I've got to go pretty soon, but you can make your final point. Also, you're welcome on my live anytime you like. This was a really good discussion. But
Thank you.
what was your final question?
You're welcome on mine as well. I'll be doing some more soon.
Delightful.
You have to remind me what we were talking about. Oh, that's it. The medical treatment.
Well,
So
that's where it is.
I've got it. So
Okay, great.
yeah. So do you think Israel is supporting either the Palestinian Authority and Hamas by allowing Palestinian civilians into Israel for not during this war, but in general for medical treatment? Like, do we draw a line there that's not actually supporting anyone? It's just sort of like a general act.
It's whenever it's diplomatic support. So that I think this is really important. If they're using it for diplomatic ends, right? So if they, for example, say, I don't know, we'll let your I don't civilians are weird, right? Because I think it's a little different civilian wise.
They are
But when you're
weird.
talking about like the civilians are weird, like how we talk about civilians, like that's just humanitarian at that point, you know? There's a
You're
difference
right.
between letting in Qatari money that will go to arms, right? That's military. And that's diplomatic military, right? And they're
Do we
using that
agree,
as
by the
a
way, on that
diplomatic.
point, do we agree that was a bad move? I think that was a really bad move. Israel shouldn't have
What,
done
to
it
let
because
Qatarian?
it supports
I have a
Hamas.
lot more. I don't know the specifics. I have a lot more issue with the intent behind it and how I ascertain intent regarding it than I do with the specific political move. I don't think anything the current Israeli government does is good. Like, you're going to be really hard found to look at me and say Netanyahu did something good, right? Mainly because even if what he did had a net utilitarian good effect, he's doing it for really shitty racist reasons. So, we can talk about the particular diplomatic calculus there, but it's just.
Yeah, I think. I mean, I know you're going to end it now, but I think sort of that's
Yeah.
really the fundamental. I don't know how you have sort of a discussion, sort of a productive one beyond the realm of sort of like small details when, I mean, you fundamentally don't believe sort of Israel's a sort of good idea or it should exist in the way it does. Am I right in saying that? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Oh, absolutely. Israel has no
Okay.
right to exist as it exists
Oh,
now.
okay, fair
Yeah,
enough. Well, it's not fair enough, but whatever. I mean, you believe that. It's fair enough that it's your opinion.
of course.
I fundamentally disagree with that, and therefore I would argue everything from a completely different perspective.
Wonderful. Well, I appreciate you coming up. I'm happy to continue this at a different time. I'm going to be free for like a month, so I'll show up on one of your lives at some point, and you're welcome on mine. So peace out.
Good
I
night.
appreciate it.
Good night.
Night. Well, I got you. Okay, well, I do have to go to bed, or I do have to go to dinner. People are waiting on me, but I also need my painkillers because this is starting to hurt. So I appreciate all of you. And what I will say is I think tonight I'm probably going to upload this on YouTube. So I'm going to upload this on YouTube probably tonight. And I would love you forever if you go watch it, if you go look at it. That's cool. Especially if you can go make clips from it and then send them to me or whatever. Just, or even give me the timestamp of something cool that happened. I don't know. So just follow my YouTube. My YouTube's linked to my bio. So slay the day. Okay, cool. Thank you so much for everyone who followed me. Thank you so much for everyone who sent gifts. That's awesome. Very cool of y'all. And I'm going to try and go live more. Obviously, swollen, dying, trying to live. But peace out.